Hi folks, I'm Alan Watt and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 12th of July 2020. You may or may not hear in the background a fan going because like most places right now at the height of summer, it's awfully humid up here in Canada and they're surrounded by lakes everywhere, lots and lots and lots of lakes. The humidity is pretty high. That's how it's always been in this area. So this really is a normal summer for this part of Canada. Folk forget it, because they think that things should be the same like clockwork every year, but weather has never been that way. But folk don't remember. They really don't. They do tune into their TV to hear what the weather's supposed to be, rather than just look outside or walk outside and look around you. It really is amazing how we're so conditioned, isn't it, to just obey experts. And what's an expert on the TV telling you about the weather? Someone who's also reading the weather. I mean, the whole thing's a farce, but so much of modern life is a farce. And it's been that way for an awful long time. We have been trained, like Bertrand Russell said, to believe whatever experts say. All you have to say this is an expert. There's no proof that they are, or they aren't experts, but that doesn't matter either, doesn't it? We just immediately obey. Oh my goodness, this is an expert talking about the weather. How long have you lived on this planet? Walk outside and look up, and look at those clouds if you can see them, and you might just fathom out what it's going to be yourself. You get as much chance of doing, actually probably better. You're living in the area, right? And now, of course, when they came out with the Weather Channel, I did a show years ago on the Weather Channel and the history behind it. And a good book had come out about it too, of someone who'd been employed there. And the whole idea was to start to change the behavior of the public once again, so they wouldn't perceive weather as living through it through your lifetime and so on. They would perceive what they were told to perceive by the behavioral experts. So, and sure enough, and who's going to sit and watch the Weather Channel for 24 hours a day? Eh? I know there's obsessive compulsive disorders out there, but come on, get a life. But the idea was to change it. Oh my goodness, there's going to be a flood today. And you just, all you saw was a little sprinkle of rain. Normal, eh? But that became, and I'll tell you what I've really noticed too, in Canada especially, ever since the whole global warming farce started, for the climate change. Remember, climate change, the whole agenda for the new normal society, the new world order, and they've said it themselves, hinges on convincing the public that everything's going berserk and it's all the public's fault. It's your fault. Anthropogenic global warming, right? That kind of fell flat. So they changed it over to climate change. Because they can't fail then. Whatever the climate does for a day or 2 or weeks or whatever is going to be your fault anyway. We truly live in a make-believe fantasy world put together by behaviorists, well-paid people who decide what you're going to think, and even they decide in ways that they're going to brainwash you into you adopting what they want you to think. It's really a perfected system, by the way, including making sure that the children for the last 20 or 30 years have been brainwashed into it until they're ready to kill their parents off. You destroyed the planet. We've been brought up with that at school. They told us all the bad things you've done to the planet, and it's all your fault. So bad that now you've got some environmentalists who come out who are part of the terror-making machinery, admitting and actually apologizing for what they said and did, knowing it was part of a con for massive change. And again, see, there's only one agenda here. There's many ways to get it all happening and bringing it to the point of the one agenda, the end product. And of course, you've got COVID going along with massive demonstrations on Black Lives Matter, Antifa groups running wild all over the place, across the planet, mind you. And before that too, you had all the last year and the year before massive demonstrations of all the youth that now the leaders know what they're there for. They know what the real agenda is. They're getting well paid to do all this. The followers don't. They never do. They've been radicalized by their education system. But the leaders know exactly what it's all. In fact, the same leaders try to take their flocks, their followers, into the Black Lives Matters group. If you wonder what's happened to the Extinction Rebellion, well, they're all in the BLF and the Antifa groups now. So this is a networking of communism. Only this communism is a more efficient system for this time in history for those who rule the world. It's the same people, but they want to get really rushed ahead with technology and a new system, depopulation, all that stuff, much more quickly. And they can't do it with democracy and human rights. I've been through all the talks before, from their own sources, mind you. But, and again, I know we live in a time in an age when facts don't matter, because the brainwashing is far superior and consistent and awfully expensively done. Folk don't like cheap stuff. They believe the expensive lies. And so they tune into the mainstream, the big talking heads, etc. I mean, and again, too, why would the experts and professionals all lie to you? Well, it's for big bucks. And if you talk to them, really, they're so politicized. They're all on board with eugenics. They're all on board with depopulation. They'll use every group and every ethnic category to get what they want, but they never lose track of where they're really going. Right? This is all standard stuff. This idea of divide, conquer, divide, conquer, divide, conquer, having them all fighting each other, making things dysfunctional until the public plead to be brought out of their misery by a system that's going to work. And they're only too happy to oblige you see. But again, through technocracy, which was adopted to an extent, wasn't perfected in the Soviet system, which had its massive share of corruption, because in a socialist system, in a completely atheist system, by the way, of materialism, you truly see the corruption come to this. There's nothing that holds you back. I mean, there's no moral conscience there when you worship people who are stinking rich, and you want all the goodies that's dangled in front of your eyeballs. And you get positions in power and over the general population. You get your hands in the cookie jar and you help yourself. And that's how simple it is in true Soviet-type systems of equality, And here we are doing the same thing here with collectivism. And it's the biggest trillionaires on the planet, the same people who already have run it for goodness knows how long, who are simply going into this next step, this stage of technocracy, technocratic control, using experts from birth to death to guide us all. You see, birth to death, cradle to grave, and deciding who will have children, who will not. That already came out to one of the previous climate meetings they came out with, who would, and this has been an old agenda for them, but they're voicing it rather more openly today. So with COVID, the whole COVID thing, which has never passed any cock test for proving it actually exists as an actual distinct virus. And that's a fact, folks. I'll give you some articles tonight on that. But again, facts don't matter to most folk because they can't believe that these deadpan faces like Fauci comes on every day telling you to be very, very afraid and to be terrified and to put your faith in them. And women are. And it's mainly women, older women actually, are really putting their faith in Fauci and shouting everybody down on his behalf. Right? This guy who's got his fingers in every pie along with Bill Gates for this whole agenda, including the big companies that are going to have vaccinations pumped into you. They're so involved with and compromised. It's astonishing we're letting it go this far, really. But you can do an awful lot when you terrorize the public. And as I've said before, and many times since, it's just the stampede technique of using the cattle in a field. They're quite happy. You're quite happy grazing, because humans are the same, but we like to live in the same spot generally once you're settled a bit, and you don't want to move, and you're quite happy. And even though things get pretty bad, things are still familiar around you. You want to stay there. So how do you get them to move and to adopt your new normals? Well, you bring in the behaviors that terrify you, get you stampeding till you can't think straight. And that's the technique, of course, that Others, Adolf Hitler said it, and he copied the top Soviets that had done it, said it before him. The best way to get the people to comply is to terrorize them. They can't think logically when they're terrified, and that's why you get terror, terror, terror. And people tune in every day. They tune in every day for a daily dose of terror, even though all the last stuff was all debunked, really, with the testing, the faulty numbers. Everybody who's dying is getting lumped in as COVID. And they're doing the exact same things again. But it doesn't matter. So your logic doesn't work with folk who are terrified. They'll go along with it when those that are stampeding them point the direction for them to go. And they'll go right into the little... when you do it with cattle, if you ever watch cattle going through the pens, there's a kind of runway that go between... it's like a corridor they go down. It's boxed in, except for the top. And eventually they go single file, and that's where the people inject the cattle or spray them sometimes. You've seen it done. They spray them with a chemical that eradicates all the different parasites they have inside and outside their bodies. It literally penetrates the skin. Invented by the military-industrial complex for nerve agents to bring, and that's really the agent they use is the same carrying medium that takes the agent through the skin. It permeates the skin. So that's awfully effective for the cattle, and it's so powerful, in fact, that the cattle are not supposed to come out into the same fields as horses or other animals, because just rubbing themselves past them in contact can cause very quick death to the horse. It'll kill the parasites in the intestine so fast, causes complete blockage, and ends up with a rather quick, painful death for the horse. But anyway, that's a different story. That's how you do it. You guide them all, and you scare them, and everybody's carrying these sticks which they wave around. No, they don't hit the cattle with them, but it's to make them look bigger, and they yell and scream, and then they guide the cattle into that corridor. And they go down the corridor one by one. They can't get through any other way. Well, that's how we get managed the same way, you see. Now the cattle eventually know they won't go on. They can see the other ones coming out the other end eventually as get their injections or whatever they're getting. And so they realize that the only way they're going to get into that field beyond is to comply. And we're the same. Well, you won't be able to go out of your house unless you take your COVID shot, which may kill you. Bill Gates said that, remember, 700,000 folk, at least in the world, will die just with a reaction to it. But that's acceptable, in his way, his psychopathic way. And that's just the initial reaction for a lot of folk. Never mind the later actions and so on, the destruction of your immune systems and things like that. And we call it vaccination accident responses and so on. Long term. It doesn't matter. We're dealing with psychopaths, you see. And there they are every day terrifying you to comply. And if you want to get through and go to work, you'll have to have a passport. Electronic, preferably. So if you haven't got a cell phone, get one. Or you won't get out, you see. And that little app has to come up green for you, meaning you're safe to go where you're going, or else you're going to get put in prison, for goodness. But initially, they simply aren't going to allow you out your home unless you comply. We're supposed to be adults, folks. But we're treated worse than you would treat a child in this day and age, because children wouldn't put up with this. Really. But we will, you see. Because threats work awfully well. Compliance. You understand there's nothing they cannot do to you to get you to comply. Nothing. And if you say, well, you mean you're forbidding me to leave my... Oh, we're not forbidding you to leave the home. You have options, What's your option? Take the shot and get a passport. This is how the game's played, you see. It's standard stuff. It's like the whole carbon economy, which has nothing to do with what they tell you. It's one thing, monopolization for a few power companies to have all power for heating and a whole bit. Do away with coal, then do away with oil, and maybe even eventually do away with gas. Right? You're left with electric, you see. And then you're going to get brownouts as they share and ration it all. I did this talk years ago when it came out from the European Union that was a plan for the future austerity, not just for the European Union, but for the world, eh? And you're coming, it doesn't matter, I'm telling you the facts. Again, facts don't matter. And most folk will tune back into their TV tomorrow to get the next dose of terror. And it's pretty sad. That's what we're living through. But yeah, a post-democratic society, and every possible scam is being used to make it all happen. As I said, the Club of Rome came out many years ago. They were tasked with finding something that would, to make the folk comply with the agenda, of giving up their rights and being guided by those in charge, who would be appointed in charge. And they said, well, this is, climate change and famine and drought and these kind of things, pestilence, that would fit the bill. So humans would be the enemy, then that's what they will teach. And they've done it, awfully successful. So the enemy to the planet, therefore, is mankind. Right? They thought of all other ways, even UFOs at one point, and that wouldn't wash either. So they settled on that, you see, because who's going to complain about the weather? Most folk have not much memory of the past few years, never mind 20 years or 30, 40, 50. It's very easy to manipulate memories or eradicate them, in fact. It really is gaslighting, isn't it? You see, I don't remember that happening, 10, 15, 20 years ago. But maybe I'm wrong if all those experts are right. Very easy to do, isn't it? Doubt your own sanity. And I've noticed it too. I even said when 9/11 happened, I think it was the night of 9/11, I said, on the big agenda, on a radio show, I said, the hardest thing you're going to find, that you have to do, because I knew the whole agenda was going to get unleashed with 9/11. It wasn't just going to be an anti-terrorist thing. It was a complete new way of living again. No freedoms, no real freedoms, no privacy, and total surveillance of everybody. And sure enough, folk, before you knew it, they're walking. There's the stupid people. That's how they see us. We're all stupid people complying, going through metal detectors at airports, no belts, so holding up their pants with one hand and holding their shoes in the other, their bare feet and the whole thing. What a farce. What a farce. But the answer to that one was very similar as when I come with this one for COVID. Well, you do know you can get a quick passport, a quick pass-through passport, pre-clearance, but it's a biometric thing. They showed us this in the late 90s on Wendy Mesley's show in Canada, and how it would be done. And I was saying, well, why do we need all this? Well, bingo, but two or 3 years later, 9/11 happens, and there you are, holding up your pants and being shouted at by people, and they're watching you naked through x-ray machines, the whole thing, to humiliate you and make you feel small and stupid. But yeah, you could get that quick pre-clearance thing, biometric, and that's all you had to do. They'd already shown us 2 years prior to that, or 3 years prior to it, on Mesley's show. And there you go again. And here it is this time. Well, the same thing. You get a special passport, and then you can get out your house. All you have to do is become a pincushion for experimental drugs and vaccinations and things owned by private corporations that are given blanket immunity for any side effects, including death. That's all. That's all you have to do, Same techniques, terror, eh? And again, I've already done the talks. Remember going to cuttingthroughthematrix.com website, because I've already done the talks to do with this whole agenda and your passport and all the rest of it, where it's supposed to go and how they're going to implement it from their own sites, how they're going to make you accept it, and even persuade you into it, you see, through behavioristic techniques. The folk don't even know what's happening to them. They really don't. They honestly don't. It's organised crime beyond anything you could imagine. That's what real governments are. They're organised crime. You can't get much more organised than that. And all these supposedly quasi-official agencies, that they're not You don't vote for them. They graft themselves onto governments as advisors. You don't vote for these organizations like the WHO and or the FDA in the States, drug. And I used to do talks on that too, where the FDA, and from articles, people who there's awfully good people out there who really study this kind of stuff, and they put books out and they put out good articles. And they showed you the revolving door of people in the big corporations for food, for instance, and the drug agencies, the drug companies. And CEOs and people just below CEOs would leave occasionally and go into the FDA long enough to get bills put through and forwarded, and they'd give their opinions and pass things as okay and accept it. And they go right back into the drug companies that they came from. This is standard stuff, Bernays style. Bernays talked about this. First you set up the agencies. You can even do with, I've mentioned before, with a little office, a little dump, even a closet would do, if you can get a phone into it and get someone to sit there and give them a little paycheck and answer phones and get four doctors or whoever, or professors to put their name on yeah, we are part of the board for this company. And it sounds awfully official then. So anything that's scribbled up, it's on the stamp of the letter, there's names, and it sounds awfully official. Standard. Bernays said he actually helped companies do this kind of thing. And so to get back to 9/11 and that night, when I mentioned it, I said, because I already heard this, nothing's going to be the same again. That was one of the first things, before the dust cleared, after they mentioned it must have been Bin Laden that did it, you see. Bin Laden. And immediately, things will never be the same again. There you go. These are little code phrases, that's used. We heard the same thing too with this COVID thing, etc., etc. It'll never be the same again. And you've heard it too with some of the riots and demonstrations at the same time going on around the world. Never be the same again. This is the mantra. You've got to accept this because they mean it. This is to get you to accept the fact of massive changes which are coming. Some of them you already see, you can get the whiffs of it already. But after 9/11, I said same thing. I said the hardest thing from now on will be to keep hold of your sanity. Your sanity will be the hardest thing to keep a hold of, because it wasn't just 9/11. It was a whole agenda, right down to even watching the border change in the States and Canada. I used to watch the long lines of working class people coming up for holidays, and they'd often haul little trailers behind them and things like that. And that was how they could afford holidays and get into Canada. And sometimes you see it like nothing but lines of them coming up the main highways at times. And with 9/11 and this massive hold-ups now at border, unless you're coming in, you shouldn't be in the country at all. You're going to be held up, and it turned folks off naturally. All the hassles, hassle upon hassle upon hassle. Then the same hassle going back down to that was what a shame, because these were just ordinary people, ordinary working people that couldn't afford to jet all over the place and had their little trailers. And that was darn good. It was good business too for Canada and campsites and places that enjoyed having them up. But what a shame. It really destroyed so much. And then again, terrorism everywhere. Meanwhile, the mass migration we've seen since then that came across Europe right through to Britain mainly. That's where they were wanting to go with all the better perks and so on. And so many of them now are used like an army. As we well know, this is a fact. Many of us knew at the time this would be used for, and bingo, here you go. You're seeing it right now. This is all planned. You're looking at war strategies. And these are very effective war strategies, in fact, because you don't have any guard against it when it's happening. You're told not to think of it as to what you see. Think of it as the way you're told to by those who have control of your nations. No, they're just poor people looking for places and so on. And even with the wars across the Middle East, these eternal wars, we forget before 9/11 happened, we already had probably a 10 years war from about 1990 onwards. As soon as the Soviet Union supposedly collapsed, the US was wanting a war and wanting to clean up some of its assets in the Middle East on behalf of others. And they wanted to get rid of Saddam Hussein. We know that. And there's a long story about Saddam Hussein and the fact he did talk to the American consulates a few times and complained about the fact that this area to the north of them in Iraq, Kuwait, was using horizontal drilling wells, rigs I should say. They can go miles and miles and miles underneath the border and tap into reservoirs, and they're stealing it, you see. That was, in fact, put into different scientific magazines. I think maybe, I don't know, it was Popular Science, something like that also. I remember reading it years ago. One of the science magazines anyway, and they showed you how these particular machines worked. And but anyway, Saddam had mentioned that he might have to try and do something about it, and he was getting no. There's a show done about this, in fact, about someone up in the know, maybe from the State Department or ex-State Department member, who mentioned that. He said that Saddam asked him, "Is it okay if I just go and straighten this out?" And so he did go up to his army, and of course all hell broke loose because immediately the media was ready to go into action. It was all planned that way. And they made him out to be the worst guy in the earth, and he was stabbing babies and throwing them out of incubators and into the streets and stuff. It was all lies, naturally. And that even kind of came into a movie eventually that was made, or it was called Wag the Dog, and how to get the media off the back of a president, because the president was involved in going after little girls, I think, at the time. That was the story. And so they conjured up a war, and a lot of what they had in the movie actually came to be in the first Gulf War. And the US sent in massive machinery to take down a nation that was unprepared for it. And Britain helped, of course, and they helped divvy up the oil fields then too in some of the areas in northern Iraq. And then they had a no-fly zone over the rest of it. And it was quite something indeed, how many oil fields the Allies set on fire, and you had black smoke for thousands of miles across the planet. But there you go, big business, eh? But everyone forgets that now. So anyway, that war was going on in the no-fly zone for 10 years, with Bush Sr. being the boss. And then, of course, eventually Bush Jr. took over and continued it with 9/11 onwards up to the present day. Obama also was congratulated by the group that had Bush Jr. in, the PNAC group. And Rumsfeld congratulated Obama for continuing the same strategies and agendas against the same list of countries, adding to the list actually, at least expanding the list. And I think Obama had 8 wars going in different places at the same time. So he really did well, and he was approved and given a pat on the back. Understand that the elites can tell you who they want at the moment is at the fronts for countries. And Obama complied awfully well with them because they had it in mind to bring in a socialistic system of control where it's more obedient, it's more efficient. Again, under socialism, you do what you're told. Remember, socialism is a form of communism. Communism is a step up. It's a bit more hurry to get to communism, but you always get there under socialism anyway. And that's what you're going through even now, socialism to communism. More efficient for your masters. But there's a 30 years war going on. 30 years, for goodness sake. And they still want Syria finished off. I can remember reading the papers at the time when they got into Iraq, the US, and Bush was having meetings even with Israel. And Israel said to them, keep going all the way to Syria. And they said, well, we can't. We haven't found the weapons of mass destruction. This is the newspapers, just the general newspapers at the time. And he said, no, he wasn't found any weapons of mass destruction. And they said, oh, they've been moved over to Syria, so go all the way to Syria and get it. So the US has been busy at it for an awful long time, and it's exhausted. It's exhausted. I remember reading articles, but many years ago, on some of the top authors who helped plan a lot of the system that we're living in today. Because think tanks, big think tanks, authorized think tanks run our lives, and they always have done, in our memory, anyway, and our grandparents' memory. That's how bad it is. Really, since the 1800s, I'd say at least, these official think tanks. There are other groups before that too, the concerts they used to call them, now they call them groups. And you'd got the Concert of Europe, that was a kind of idea, a precursor to the League of Nations even. And before that there's other types as well. And after that they came up with groups, just groups, and the round table groups, and the groups of 7 and 8, 9, 10, 20, etc. And they also have councils, meeting of councils, and sometimes they give the council just a number for whoever it is they stand for. But we don't elect any of these people. That's what runs our lives, financially, and they draft up laws basically and bills for governments to put forward by politicians, or to governments by politicians that are then put into law. That's how the free trade agreements are always done. They're done by private outside groups, like the Council on Foreign Relations, that drafts them up, hands it to the governments involved, and tells them to sign it, which they happily do. And that's all on behalf of a huge, massive business, But as I say, today we're living through a system where it's to be more efficient. And you can't get efficiency and get things done unless you really, really get rid of this idea of democracy, which you can do in a wartime scenario. It's much easier. You're all going to die with this, or you're going to die with that. You're going to die of something. And unless you comply and go along with us. You see, that's how you do it. And again, there's nothing new in this revelation. It shouldn't be a revelation because, it's only our own stupidity that we tend to decide to forget things. Because you think about Carroll Quigley and many before him. I mean, Carroll Quigley wasn't the originator of many of these different things that came out of his mouth. There were ancient ideas, But it's true, he said you can get more done in 5 years of war on a social change system, right? With different techniques to be employed through war tech, but where folk comply with what you tell them. So you get more done in 5 years of war than 50 years of peace and persuasion and propaganda. And that's what you're going through now, naturally. And you've been going through it. It's no surprise to me. I've mentioned before that the schools were raising and creating a generation of revolutionaries. And it's for now. You can see it now. They hate people. They hate most. They even hate themselves, a lot of them. And all they can think of doing is tearing everything down and blaming everybody else for what they claim, what they've been taught to believe. It's a belief-based thing. That the whole planet is destroyed because of you or folk who existed before you. That's the mantra of Greta. It's all your fault and all shame, blah, blah, blah. But you're looking at really, I hope you understand, you're looking at what you're looking at as the same faces and the same expressions in a generation raised now. This is not protesting. These folk want to tear everything down. That's the same faces you saw and old photographs, and even the early movie reel of revolutionaries in Russia and so on that were going off to slaughter people across the country, the Soviet Union, and they did it with zeal, really believing they were doing it for the good of all. Mass slaughter. And you understand, I think Peter Hitchens touched on this too. He said that because he came out as a revolutionary when he came out of university, like many of his own at the time, a true Trotskyist Marxist, ready to kill. And he says, but what he's noticed with the present crop that are ultra radicalized across the world, remember, at the same time. That's even more so, because they didn't have uniformity across the globe with the Bolsheviks. But they have it now, on behalf of those who run the WEF, World Economic Forum and so on. But he says that there's no tolerance. They have no tolerance. They don't want debate. They want you to get down on your knees and swear allegiance to them and their causes. And even then, there's no guarantee they're going to allow you to save you, to spare you. They're radical. This is danger. You're looking at danger here, folks. And the folks that he had in the 1960s and early 70s would debate and they'd argue, but these folk don't want to even debate. They want to eradicate you. That's what you're saying. And those at the top that gave them the current, the last, I guess the educational system, and it's with perfect techniques, with behaviorist groups and professionals in psychology doing their courses for them, drafting up the courses and the toolkits for the teachers and so on. They can churn them out like peas in a pod, ultra radicalized, to do nasty things when they're all given the right command. I hope you're understanding that, what you're seeing right now. This is not something to take lightly and think it's going to blow over. You've been leading up to this for quite a few years. You've seen it with London, especially England, especially, and parts of Europe, when it's easy to bus or even boat and even drive across the channel across Europe with the same groups, massive groups that get together from all the countries. Again, led by the paid radical leaders, very well paid and organized. And they'll have meetings for different things, including Extinction Rebellion. That wasn't spontaneous. Who created all that and funded it all? And gets them moved from one country to the next for massive demonstrations. And again, all chomping at the bit to get let loose upon the public. Then you put them together with Antifa and other radical Marxist groups, well-funded again, well-trained, well-organized. This is not going to blow. It's not meant to blow over. And it would never have happened unless it was decided upon to happen, and even to get created in the first place by those at the top at the World Economic Forum and the World Bank, etc., the ones who really run the world. Margaret Thatcher said it years ago, and it was interesting to me. I knew about the Lord Alfred Milner group. I've given lots of talks on all this history, and also too the philosophers going way back before even Plato came along with his idea of the Republic and special breeding of different classes and professions. Even soldiers would breed with soldiers, men and women, etc., and different classes for special functions, for special jobs. That kind of stuff, but all the way up. And I thought, the Lord Alfred Milner group really ran. They were like a big bureaucracy overseeing what was called the British Empire and adding to it on behalf of people that a lot of folk don't even know their names. The ones who ruled it then in the city of London, the big financiers and so on, who also put their sons off to be governors generals standing in for royalty, with the powers of royalty appointed over India and different places. Quite amazing. And all business came through their hands, and from those countries. Incredibly lucrative for them. Completely sewn up with the banking industry of the time. And they added to it too by causing wars in Quigley, who was all for their history and the real version of history, why things happened, including who started the Boer War. And it was them, of course, the group that he belonged to. He was kind of proud of them, how they managed to, by subterfuge, get a war started, blame the Boers for attacking British settlements in South Africa, in order, right, to get British troops mandated over to protect them, and then Britain would take over on their behalf, and the corporations would own all the gold and diamonds that lived in the city of London. So you start a war and you blame the other guys that you've just attacked, and you change it. They even brought in a writer, a woman from the Times, I think it was, and she wrote a version in advance of the Jamestown raid, and said that these terrible Boers had attacked these British settlements, rather than the fact that Alfred Milner's group had actually set up a mercenary group to attack the Boers. It was the other way around, to get them to respond. Nothing's changed. That same technique's used today, isn't it? So you get Saddam Hussein to retaliate because his oil's getting stolen, and you pay him as a real demon, and then you grab it. Eventually, you grab all his land, divvy up the oil for corporations. It just goes on, the same techniques. That's why I say, if you really have been radicalized, I can only talk to occasional individuals. Most folk in a mob can't think for themselves, and they really do want to belong to the mob. They do. It's a collective mentality that they have. It's this temporary camaraderie idea that they have. They're all in it together, you know. We belong, we have a cause. Otherwise, they have no causes at all. And so this gives them a cause. And they've all been told it's for the greater good, it's for the best, etc. As all tyrants do too. Even the folk who do the slaughtering will say that to themselves, at least in the early days. And as I say, they're chomping at the bit to get going against all the ones that have destroyed their world. And I'm sure they'll do it. They'll do it when they're told to by, say, the Club of Rome, as an example, who are rejoicing at this whole COVID idea and the complete shutdown of all this stuff. The World Economic Forum, folks. This is like all the top businesses on the planet. Do you understand that? These aren't little Trotskyists at the bottom. No, these are the folk who are the trillionaires and multi-trillionaires you can't even comprehend. And when they're not there, their agents are there. But even the WEF isn't a little meeting place. It's like a massive country, in a sense, with thousands of bureaucrats and thousands, again, of training facilities to pick up future leaders from childhood. They train them from childhood to rule you. Real technocracy, you see. It's all done already. And they're the richest people on the planet who own the wealth and resources of the planet. And they've decided that communistic, Trotskyist ideas and socialistic ideas and forms of governance where you just obey and do what you're told or else is the best way to get their agenda, this part of their agenda through. Yeah? It'll last maybe 80 years. And by that time, a lot of folk will have died off. The present radical generation will not have children anyway. The ones they're using right now, who are chomping at the bit to kill the older folk. It won't matter about them either, because they themselves most of them won't have children. At least live ones. And so that's the end of them too. Every group's used in turn for the ones at the top, and they never figure that out. Never. But again, Maggie Thatcher, getting back to Lord Alfred Milner and so on, and I knew about the Royal Institute for International Affairs and its foreign branches. Now it's got a European group for the European politicians and those in the commission at the top of the EU, the secret members that run it. But they have one for the Far East as well. Based in Japan. They've got members now in China. And they rule Australia and New Zealand. They divvy up the worlds, you see. That's what they do. They divvy it up. And they have their members running all of it at the top. Governments obey them. But Margaret Thatcher said the same thing. She said, and now she was asked about when she retired. And she says, well, now, she says, I belong to a group. She says, it's very important because we can get things done. She says, I'm not responsible to the public anymore or to the voters. We know what problems are, and we also are a society of people who've held power of all kinds, as prime ministers, presidents, and top bureaucrats for divisions and generals and so on. And she says, we all know each other, because they all worked with each other when they were in power, you see. We all met and all know each other, and we work together for a common goal. And she said, we can get things done without having to answer to the public, so we can get things done quickly and fast without any objections, because most of the things they get up to don't come to the public table for debate. It's just done. So she was the same, you see, she did the same kind of thing. I knew they had the elders in different groups as well, and but yeah, these are the societies that really run how, on behalf of those at the very, very top, how things are really, really done and worked and so on. Very old families at the top, very, very old families that generally don't mess up, you know. These aren't the ones in the paper you see where after so many generations, the children become decadent and make mistakes and screw up or have a debauched life or something and hit the media. You know, you don't hear these characters because they're so particular on their breeding and who they breed with and the education that their children are going to have. A completely different education altogether as to reality. And that's how things really are, folks, you know. So as I say, you have to hang on to your sanity as you go through all the other changes. The ones I've talked about before, I've talked to, as I say, way back from many years ago, are all coming into place now, in fact. Because you're living through an agendas. Agendas don't have to be sudden. And it might appear that to the public at times, but no, they take years and years to apply. Same with revolutions. It took years to apply. The same with even the Extinction Rebellion. It took years to assemble them, get them trained and radicalized. And the leaders, and that is, the followers doesn't matter. The followers really, as I say, they feel they have no purpose in life unless they're inside a group. And the group teaches them to hate everybody else that's come before them. It's an old communist technique, you see. Communism's awfully well understood by those at the top. And it's awfully good to get their agendas through when it suits them, as I say. And now is the time for that, obviously. Now, before I prattle on any further, again, going to cuttingthroughthematrix.com website, and I want to say off the bat, I just posted another bunch of books and discs, and I'll have one more, and hopefully the final one for a while, to be posted off in the next 2 days. And hopefully that whole pile is gone. That's it. It's been accumulating for a long time in the disc, etc. And I was out of disc for a while too, you see, because where I live, I can't order things in from Amazon. They won't deliver to my little place and to my little town. We are an unorganized township. Unorganized township is, I don't know if anything happens in the roads or whatever, I have no idea what the laws are, but they don't deliver here. I did have, I think, once or twice years ago, FedEx came once or twice, but even they stopped that. And there used to be a little gas station at the top of a stair there that would accept parcels, but that's gone now. Everyone's gone under, you see. Everyone's gone under. But they would accept parcels, so once in a while you could get things a few years ago, they dropped off there, but there's nowhere anymore left that does that. So the UPS was one of the worst ones. The UPS says, if you've got an address, we deliver, but no, they don't. So don't ever send anything to me by UPS, whatever you do. And they hand it out to a courier company once they get to Sudbury, for instance, that definitely will not deliver out this way. And they wouldn't even tell me if something came in anyway. I've had that before where I had no idea that stuff had been sent to me by people, unless they sent me an email or something. And if they didn't send me an email, this other courier company wouldn't even phone you or let you know or email you. There was a parcel come in Sudbury somewhere. Sudbury, remember, is over 20 miles away. Yeah? So I can't just run to Sudbury. It's a 40-mile round trip, and it's a lot of gas too. But anyway, as I say, the last lot of stuff that was waiting to get sent off is... That's 2 batches out, and the next batch goes out in the next 2 days. Now, hopefully that'll be off. So if anybody's waiting, don't worry. It should be there within about 10 days from postage. And we are going into a kind of lockdown. You can see it all. We knew that before. Come February, I said the lock was down. They'll ease up in the summer a little bit, then it's going to spike come the fall, and lock us all down again. Because remember, they want you locked down for 2 to 3 years. 2 to 3 years means permanent, folks. Over 40% of small businesses are gone forever now. They aren't going to open up again. This is to bring in a whole new way of living. Nothing to do with virus. They've killed more folk off by what they've done about it as opposed to the virus itself. Look at the elderly folk that's been slaughtered. They were sacrificed, folks. Sacrificed deliberately to get the numbers up. That's what I think. Other folk are saying the same kind of things, but that's really what it seems to be. And you don't put in contaminated people in with uncontaminated people, but they were doing. Look at New York. What happened there? And we still don't know what this is, really. Because even folk with... Have you noticed any statistics on the flu season? Has it suddenly disappeared? No. Everybody's getting lumped in as COVID. Everybody. And the ones who are dying off, if they've got any trace of debris of COVID, any debris particles in their nasal passages, when they're tested with the ridiculous swab tests, are pretty well useless, as we know. I'm not just making this up. There's stacks of information, official information, about how inadequate these tests are. The actual test for particles, the RNA or the DNA, they're like from dead particles, just bits and pieces of them. You'll test as positive, but they're also saying if you've got a runny nose from a cold or a flu, you'll test positive as well. They say they're all members of the COVID family. But again, facts don't matter, right? Because this is everything hangs on us complying with this whole thing. And the farce of testing, when you look at where they've been, so many thousands have been found, it's because you've now tested thousands for the first time in this area or that, and you're going to find folk all over the planet, or that literally have no symptoms at all, that have got fragments that'll test positive, but they're not ill. This is not cases does not equate illness. You've got thousands of viruses going through your body all the time, from birth to death. You're oblivious to it till now. But everything hangs on this being brought off, you see. Everything, a whole new way of life. You won't open up unless you're sustainable, yada yada, or what they mean by that is necessary. Do you understand that? That's what they mean by sustainability. It isn't just eco-sustainability. It's also necessary. Are you starting to get the picture? So, going to cuttingthroughthematrix.com. List all the other sites I have in case anything should happen to any one of them. And you can get the talks. And other folk take my talks and put them up as well. And different other outlets. And I'm looking for other outlets as well. Because we're in the middle of an incredible war. This is to change the life forever as we know it on the planet. Really. And it was planned long before. Like every revolution takes years to plan all this. Years ago. We've got stuff going back to 2010 from the Rockefeller Foundation talking about this kind of stuff. We'll put them all up. Facts. You know, if a pandemic was to happen, yada yada. And then the future of technology has to take over, yada yada yada. They talk about the complete elimination of paper, as you know too. The term now, and Bill Gates is reinventing education. Oh, he's got all this stuff where you're going to have people and children learning his curriculum. Isn't that amazing power across the planet? Online, you see, rather than school. It's starting to ding in the head here. Amazing, eh? All comes together with the same little clique. The same little clique that's these self-appointed Neros, you know. Huh? Did any of you vote for any of these? No, you didn't. You've been living under delusion. You lived in democracies. So at cuttingthroughthematrix.com, remember you can donate to me as well and help me tick along because like everybody else, I need it too. And you'd be surprised how many folk out there use the stuff because I document everything I talk about as a resource, you see. And you'll find it from all the top ones, supposedly in the alternate media. Because they use this stuff. Most of them will never tell you where they get it from, but that's just the state of affairs. Everything's pretty nasty today, eh? There's no natural decency amongst most people today. Why should folk listen to people who who won't be decent because they're spouting about the stuff that I'm talking about, for instance. But they're not decent themselves. Why would they expect you to be decent about what they're saying, yeah? If they can't play decent amongst other people too? This idea of morality has been destroyed as your culture has been destroyed for years. A war on the culture. This is old stuff. The Soviets talked an awful lot about destruction of cultures. That's what Bezmenov's talked about too. Forget the James Bond stuff. Most of the real Cold War comprised of subterfuge, going in and creating different kinds of agencies inside countries. I remember I've got books here going way back on the creation of front groups for communism. Lots of Christian groups got involved. They didn't know either. They had no idea they were getting used for communist purposes. They call them communist front groups. Folk tend to get hung up on names, you see. I always say you're looking for diseases. You're looking for diseases in society. And what you do with any disease is you must look, first of all, signs and symptoms of disease. And then you put down what is noticeable, observable, and you can see some of the effects of the disease, and you list all of these things, you see. And you keep at it and at it and at it until you narrow it down, and then you'll come to the diagnosis. This is blah, blah, blah. You give it the name, the title of the disease. That's how it's done. Folk have no idea, but they get hung up on names. Oh, that's not communism. Oh, it's a blah, 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 you know. And it's generally a wonderful sounding thing, name, eh? And it's for the social good, you know. Bingo, bingo, bingo. That's how it's done. But Bezmenov, Yuri Bezmenov said that. He said that's what most of the agencies are about, was subversion. You subvert cultures, especially. And when he came to America in the 1970s, he went there first, I think, and then to Canada. And he said that he couldn't believe it. And the communists, the Soviets, couldn't believe it, how well their program of destroying the culture had worked. From destroying the family, this is the 1970s, with the excess use of sex in all the movies and all so on. Sex. So you must create a society of promiscuity, excessive promiscuity, and which ensures that most folk won't, number one, get married and have children, and number two, won't have children to pass on the culture too. That was part of the Frankfurt School and other ones too, and Wilhelm Reich as well, who was also part of that group, by the way, and a communist. So that's what was done. He said, so yeah, they were overjoyed at how far it had gone to destroy the culture in America. A belief system, doesn't matter what you think of it, a belief system gave you a moral code that you held in common. Commonality of a code of conduct was important. Once you've destroyed that, and it's all relative now, and that term was brought in, right, deliberately by the communists. Every opinion is just as good as any other opinion. It's all relative. So there was no such thing as objective truth left anymore, you see. And before you know it, everything becomes subjective. And so nothing's got any force of any kind to act upon, you see. And so, as I say, Bezmenov said, they had no idea how successful their technique of deculturalization, destroying the culture of an opponent, had been. Incredibly successful. And look at it today. Now you have many groups, the leaders of whom are trained in Marxism and organizing and radicalizing the followers into really any subversive act and overt violent acts too. and you're not worried about it because you've fallen for. No, it's not. That's not the same thing. It's protest about somebody being. No, that wasn't about somebody being killed. They were sitting waiting in the wings for it to happen. Antifa says that they sit and wait for a spike they can jump on. And jump on it, they do, and they use different groups, even victim groups, to jump on and ride them, ride them like horses to the bitter end. That's what you're seeing. Then you link that with Extinction Rebellion. I remember one of the big meetings I've said before, one of the huge meetings that they had for the World Trade Organization. They had quite a few back in the late 90s and early 2000s on for a few years in different countries. There are a couple in Canada too. And I remember them showing you that cameras inside one of them, just for a little clip it was. It was something important, probably a clip for their own records, somehow got onto television. But you saw some of these people at the top looking down, these crowds down below them, beating their drums and the standard protest thing for globalism. They didn't want globalism. That was at that time students did not want globalism. Now they've been turned 180 degrees. Have you noticed? Did they notice? Until they want no borders and massive movements of everything and people too. Have they actually noticed? That's how slick you can use crowds, you see. 4 legs good, 2 legs bad, until they're shouting 2 legs good, 4 legs bad. It's that simple. But in that little clip they showed you one of the politicians who was attending it, and he's looking down there. What's wrong with them? What is it they want, And don't forget how these guys are trained as CEOs, some of them as well. And they say, well, how can we use this to our advantage? It's always they don't take anything head on, make an enemy of it. You use it. And so he went down, and he said, we could bring some of the leaders up, these different groups, these NGOs, bring them up here. Well, they did that, and from then on, as I say, that's when it was almost with the next year or two, there was no more protests against globalism and free trade, none. It just ended. No, suddenly they were all Extinction Rebellion types, you see, and all the other radical groups to stop the business from, by having huge parades and stopping business and shutting down railway lines and yada yada and all the Club of Rome stuff, you see. Yeah. And that's what they did. They gave funding to the leaders and made them awfully rich and wealthy, guaranteed incomes that they'd never get before, bashing drums and dreaming up occasional slogan, And suddenly they were kind of important, and that's what you've had since then on. That's how slick it was. And now they're all working together, a big network of them, and they don't come out against globalism, no. And they literally they don't care the fact that the World Economic Forum is the richest folk are the ones in charge of everything, who decide what policies we're going to have, including bringing us down to utter austerity and rationing cards. That's what it's going to come to. That's what it's meant to come to. And a post-consumerist world as such, you see. So you can't just go out and consume stuff. You'll just have to take what you get for basic survival. And I did these talks years ago from their own sources, including the brownouts and so on. It's quite something. Life can get awfully boring when you've read all their stuff, And I'm one that actually has read their stuff, not just saying it, like other ones who adopt my stuff and say that. But that's really what we're living through, a huge agenda. And it is boring, because you know what's next and what's next. And that's when you know that when they settle on something, just like weapons of mass destruction, they'd rather obliterate a nation or a bunch of nations before they'll ever come out and say, well, we're wrong. Or yeah, you were right all along, it was all bogus, the causes were bogus, like weapons of mass destruction. I can remember Colin Powell. He was put forward to try to convince us to continue with Iraq, and to finish it off and put it into the Stone Age. And that was the agenda, Kissinger admitted to that. He says that's what he would have preferred to do. So they can't ever get back together as a nation, a strong nation, uniform, with the uniform government and so on. Once you've destroyed them in the Stone Age, and then you fund different factions to fight each other forever, they're never going to be a threat to anybody. And you can plunder them for resources. That's how it's done. It's kind of boring, isn't it? The whole system is awfully boring because it's repetitive and rather obvious as well. But yeah, it's a sad thing that we have masters. We don't elect these masters. You're all subject to them. They know it too. And these masters have sections of them that play the far left. They play that game too. If you understand how the United Nations is set up to work as a world socialist system on behalf of the elite, folks, because don't forget the United Nations was set up from the League of Nations, which was set up by it wasn't just Woodrow Wilson, it was the front man for it. It was the Lord Alfred Milner group that wanted it. And through that they would run the world. Every facet of economics and finance and everything, and trade would eventually go through departments of that. And from the Lord Alfred Milner group, he ended up with the Royal Institute for International Affairs, a private club, the same club. Sounds awfully official, but it's a private club. And out of that membership, they set up the World Bank. They set up the Bank for International Settlements. They set up the IMF. And other departments too. Overseas economic development, etc. The taxpayers would all fund. What's that got to do with voting for politicians? Nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all. And you go back into the histories of education, awfully important. You must get a uniform education. You keep most of the folk dumb and stupid, like Bertrand Russell said. That's the idea. He talked about Fichte all the time. And Fichte said the same thing. The object of education was to keep the general public dumb. They were given an education. I gave talks on that many years ago too, going into the system, even leading up to John Dewey. But prior to John Dewey, the only reason the folk in Britain were given a basic education was for the industrial era, because they had to have folk who could read little notes left for them, little instructions in the factories and how to operate this and how to write down all what was needed done and so on and follow instructions. And so they were given a basic instruction in English language for very simple stuff too. But they even had meetings in Britain, of the intelligentsia, who were worried about this. They said, if they start to get education and they read books, and even in philosophies or ancient history, they might start to connect things together and not be too happy with their lot in life. I mean, this is all documented stuff. And they even said, well, what we can do is make sure that they keep them working for 16 hours a day. They'll be too tired then to do anything afterwards, even if we give them basic education, to read or communicate to each other, to get organized and fight for any kind of rights at all. I'm not kidding you. This is how it happened. They had big meetings about this. They were worried. So what they also came out with was the idea, okay, now we've taught them basic reading and writing, let's churn out novels for them. Fiction, you see. Fiction is a great way to keep them happy and excited, as though they're involved in a fantasy world. Get them in a fantasy world, so their 16 hours a day of misery will be kind of bearable. They can daydream on what they've read the night before, you see. And it turned out they call it penny books. And these little penny novels were aimed at men and ones for women, you see. And the guys would have their wars, and they'd be super soldiers in the war and get medals going out across the world fighting for good causes and things like that, you see. And but in reality, they were stuck at a machine all day long, and in the cotton factories, the cotton killed a lot of folk, It's same with wool, but cotton did the same thing to the lungs, terrible diseases it caused. And but that was their escape. That's all you had. What else did you have? Nothing. You couldn't save up enough money to get out on the pittance wages that were basically worked out scientifically again. How much you needed to earn, a male and a woman, say, who also work in a factory, who might have, because they wanted to have another crop of offspring to work the factories. This is how science works. This is how this kind of stuff works. And so for the next generation, they would make sure, well, again, they wanted to keep them poor, or they wouldn't work in their factories. Why would you work in a factory for a pittance if you had a better education and you could save up money and get out of the hellhole you were in into a healthier environment at the very least, and then work in a factory? So they literally kept them. How much does it take the average man and woman to pay rent? So they had these strange things, almost like fixture rents across the country, and especially in the factory towns and cities. And that system literally had echoes of it right up into the 20th century, where if you saw a person who was going into an apprenticeship, because in those days most folk didn't get in universities, but if you entered an apprenticeship for a trade, that was a big deal, right? Big deal, and lots of folk would compete for the few jobs or few entries into apprenticeships. And these apprenticeships too treated their workers like slaves, like pittance wages. It was taken for granted up for the 5th year of apprenticeships into the 20th century, like halfway through, that the parents would still be supporting an apprentice because they were given just enough money often to get to their work. That's what they'd earn. And their bus fares. I'm not kidding you. So yeah, it worked out that way. So man and wife, right, in the 1800s and the late 1700s and the late 1800s onwards, how much would they need just to keep them in basic subsistence, enough for the food and so on? And it worked out. And literally, again in the 20th century, Britain was using that same technique in war, from World War I into Great Depression into World War II, straight, bang, 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 bang. And they had wages freezes, and price freezes, they call them too. And so you couldn't earn more money and up and bet yourself again. And you'd have to work more and more hours for the same amount, yada, yada, yada. This is all basically came out of the Industrial Revolution, and how they treated whole families. Thousands and thousands, maybe millions of people kept on pure subsistence wages, 16 hours a day, could not get out of it. And folk didn't live that long. They'd often die, like 20 crammed in a room in these awful, awful cities that were set up for them. That's the truth of it. If you get all this white privilege stuff, this is the horror that folk live through. And you have to read the stories of some of the doctors that wrote about the diseases that swept through these cities with open sewers and things. Freezing in the winter, no heat, nothing. A horror show. I've often said that history really is a horror show. And these things, they try to eradicate that from education very quickly, because they don't want the present crop to realize, how bad it was for these people. And unless your parents and grandparents and great-grandparents could pass it on what it was really like, or you asked them the pertinent questions, a lot of folk don't want to go think back to these things. It's such a horror thing for them too. But I did. I was one of these inquisitive ones, and I asked the older folk, that they're much older, about it, because I realised then they'd be gone too, and with them goes whole chunks of real personal history of what they saw and witnessed, etc. That's all you can verify, you see. Like 9/11, I said that 9/11 too. I says eventually, when it happened, I says, eventually you'll get books coming out, the authorised versions that completely contradict what we've all experienced. It's true, that's how it was done. So the point I'm making here, right, is that whatever is happening took years to plan and prepare, even to get the very rough parts of everything worked out. It took years to put the basic stuff. We'll need departments for this and departments for that to deal with, then subsections dealing with blah, 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 and all these special departments, etc. All prepared before the things happen, like a big battle plan. It takes years to do so. And think tanks go over the main problems. Well, if this were ever to happen, God forbid, how would we do this and how would we do that? And if we did this, what would the effects of that be? How would that ripple through society? Yada, yada, yada. It's all managed this way. And we're managed now by behavioural experts, have been for an awful long time, who really have, they loathe us, they despise us. I mentioned this before, many times, how we're treated by the elite, including the intelligentsia, I believe, the ones who think they're really part of the intelligentsia, who despise us simply because they're still pretty well cloaked in secrecy. We're special, we're cloaked in secrecy, we manage your minds, and you don't know it. And the more they manage your minds and it works on you, the more they despise you. I'm telling you the truth. I've said it before, how the elite treat us is they disable you, just like Fichte and also like Lord Bertrand Russell, who thought the same thing too. He always used the former, his idea on education. The idea of education is to make them stay stupid, or to make them even stupid if they weren't before. And it's true. That's how the elite have always seen it. The trouble is if you break out of it and you start to understand what's happening, you become a threat to them, obviously. He went through that in his books. But anyway, I always say is what they do to you, they cripple you at birth, really. And forget all the toxic stuff that they pump into you off the bat, which will give you a lowered immune system right away. People often say, we've all got allergies now, and we've all got compromised immune systems to some extent or another. That's official stuff from scientific papers. They tell you that. We've all got it now. Eh? Well, all us lot. Eh? I don't believe that very, very ultra elite at the top. But anyway, what could have caused it? Well, all you have to do again is to say, it started around the 1960s onwards. What happened then that didn't happen before? Was it the food? Well, it's possible, the chemicals. Was it internet? Well, what else? Big health services doing what to you? Okay. And more, I want you to avoid the name, and more of the what's they've done to you. To the present bunch today are just, they're riddled with this stuff that's been done to them. Thinking about it, I mean, what is it supposed to? It's supposed to alter your it affects your immune system, eh? That's not the purpose. Well, I wonder what's lowered all our immune systems until some immune systems are just on hyper alert all the time and overreact to everything. That's what happened to me, you see, after I got a whole bunch of boosters back in the 90s. A real cytokine storm, indeed. A vaccine-related injury. There was no doubt about it. Cause and effect. 2 weeks later, boom, massive arthritis. Rheumatoid too, arthritis. Woof. Head to toe. All your joints and your hands just popped. Woof. Fever, the whole lot. Yeah. And the classic signs, other things too, Popped your stomach, it popped everything. That was never healed either, really, not properly. Anyway, that's what you get from it. So yeah, there are certain, again, what's a simple detective? What's happened? What's the signs and symptoms of the problem? What happened before it all happened to you? Well, okay, the diagnosis falls in. Well, bingo, there's your answer, folks. Was it Occam's razor, they call it? Occam's razor. Occam's razor goes right to the straight, to this point to that point. The shortest route is probably the plausible explanation. And the valid one. That's a fact. That's just how it is. So we're living through a big agenda, rather nasty. Took years to plan. We've had the culprits, some of the culprits out vocally speaking about it, like Bill Gates, and he's definitely a culprit. This man I would not trust. I wouldn't even say with my life, there's no darn way, but I wouldn't trust him in any other circumstance either. This guy's a creepy guy who is he's not qualified in virology, bacteriology, or any of the sciences to do either. He's not qualified with vaccines either. But what he's a qualified eugenicist. He really believes in this better types and inferior types, and too many of you, as he said himself, as he took over and filled his father's shoes. Creepy beyond belief. And he funds the WHO, massive funding to them. And he funds huge sums into the group too that is under Fauci and other ones as well. I mean, come on here. Huh? Isn't this a bit of a small world or something? Is it the WEF, World Economic Forum? Huh? And they're mandating what we all have to, and your governments are all complying, because so many of the heads, the medical heads in the different countries, are even on the board. Like Canada's one is on the board of the WHO at the same time. No conflict of interest there, eh? Who are they serving? Literally, who are they serving? So honestly, this is a very obviously contrived system set up for this particular time we're living through the moment. A huge agenda. The Club of Rome saying, we'll accomplish the whole sustainability program because of this COVID idea. And that's not speculation. I put the articles they published out for those that wanted to read it before, giving joyful, gleeful responses to this and praise to the COVID. And they're going to go the whole way with this. This is the complete reset, as I said, at the WEF and the World Bank and all the rest of them. The great reset. It isn't reset just for money, which is, and for economies, which is. It's a complete reset and a whole new value system of your life and your conditions of life as you go down into utter austerity, depending on who you are. So before I go on to the actual talk, which I haven't even started to talk yet, isn't it amazing? Getting back to how they loathe you. They really loathe you. And they treat you like cattle. And what they do from birth, they cripple you. Your parents help because they've been crippled themselves. And those who are crippled pass on their indoctrination of reality, what they're told it is, to the child. Why do we have to do this? Because it's the way it is. So when they grow up and pay taxes, why is that? Because it's just the way it is. Even though before their grandparents didn't have to, because they didn't have temporary war tax then, which became permanent income tax then, etc., etc. But anyway, they cripple you that way, and they use the parents to indoctrinate you. The school takes it over to make sure you'll never think for yourself again. You see, you only adopt opinions put out by experts and professionals. And it's like getting a cow, breaking its legs one at a time. And the poor animal's suffering and whole bit. And then it can't get up. And then they kick you because you can't get up. And then now they really despise you. This is how sadists work, you see. They really despise you. Psychopaths do the same thing. The studies on psychopaths, even in military organizations and tyrannies, you find, if you can imagine them all on steps going up to a king at the top, or the head character at the top, and a psychopath will praise and lick the boots of the person on the step above them. But the person below them is they abuse like crazy and hatred almost, and loathing. All the way down the steps to each one gets loathed and loathed and loathed by the one above them. And that's how psychopathy works. They praise the person who's got more power than them because that really impresses them and they want it. But they despise those beneath them that they cannot use anymore. They can't use them to climb over. They're already over them. And so they despise them. It's the same system today. We're crippled by so many different ways. And then they despise you all the more. I've given the analogy of the movie V for Vendetta, where, interestingly, as mentioned before, look at the plot of it, and really a bunch of elites take over, radical elites take over the system by, I think, releasing a plague initially, and then claiming it was a terrorist group that did it. They put themselves in power, and then they arrest everyone who's an enemy of them, who wouldn't stand for it, which always happens anyway, and it'll happen with this one too, by the way. They'll arrest you if you don't go along with it, and they eliminate you, you just disappear. The Soviets did it in Siberia as well, all through his reign. But in V for Vendetta, they had different people who enabled all this to happen as they were coming to power after taking over. And they took prisoners all the time and used them as test guinea pigs by injecting them with different things. And one of the doctors there, a woman, was in charge of it. She says initially she felt kind of sorry for them because they'd get shuffled in every other day for their testing. And she says, but I began to, she says, but they were so obedient and would never fight back on anything because their spirit was broken, you see. So it's like breaking the legs on a cow. You break it. So you break the spirit, and his folk would shuffle in these prisoners to get tested, prodded, and bits taken out of them, or goodness knows what. And she said, and they never looked you in the face, they'd always look down to the floor, total submission. And she began to despise them, and despise their complacency and and their obedience. She'd hate their slavishness that they showed to obedience, and she had less qualms on using them like guinea pigs. In fact, she hated them. And that's what happens when you comply. The ruthless psychopaths who are over you will utterly hate you. And that's why it's easier for them to start to slaughter. I really mean that. I really mean that. And getting back to Peter Hitchens' idea, the Trotskyists of his era at least would argue they wanted debate and so on. The groups today don't want any debate at all. They just demand that you follow what their dictates, and that's it. You do what you're told and obey, and parrot what they tell you. You have no say in any alternate reasoning. None at all. They're completely intolerant. I've said it before too. This would come. I used to say that liberalism is one of the covers that they used, of course, for communism in the West. According to Khrushchev, one of the ex-heads of the Soviet Union, he said in the West we call them liberals, and liberalism is the most intolerant system of all. It has no tolerance. If you've noticed, it's been getting worse and worse for years, and now that's quite out in the open. They want to eliminate anybody who doesn't go along and parrot the same things that they parrot. They want to literally. This is not a debate thing. This is beyond politics. It's gone way beyond politics now. You look at the States. The whole world's looking at the States saying, my God, look at what's happened here. Whoa. That's why China's making moves and testing its muscles a bit. Other countries will do the same because nature abhors a vacuum as really powerful groups become weakened. And when you're being taken down at home, it's like Rome, isn't it? That all these armies outside Rome, when they got invaded, there was nobody left to stop them. They were all out in foreign countries. Didn't even believe it was happening. They thought they were impregnable. As Alaric and the rest of the swarms of these different groups came one after the other through Rome. They're all watching the States right now, and everything is so beyond. Even the statements from scientists to do with this COVID are utterly steeped in politics. Nothing to do with reality and facts. It's all politics. Amazing, isn't it? And you're living through, and you're watching this. And don't forget, too, that the US did take over as the policeman of the world. As this is the term they like to use, even though it's not. It's the plunderer of the world on behalf of the elite. Same as Britain was, too. The people in Britain had a worse time of it because they got nothing out of it, really. They just supplied the poor folk to fill uniforms that were easily disposable across the planet for the elite that reaped in the harvest, of course, of cash. So it's just amazing times we're living through. Again, big agenda, well documented, and you're watching all the classical sides all drawn up with indoctrinated groups that are all willing to eliminate borders and a whole generation raised for this purpose through schooling, through children's books. The political correct inserts were put into children's books for children at the age of 5 onwards, even 4, to be read at the bedside by their parents. And it's all worked. And school took over, utterly radicalized them to hate the older group. Remember, too, the battle cry during the 1960s with the communists in New York at the time. Some of whom are still alive today. and who pretend that they're now, maybe some of them even pretend they're Republican. They said, don't trust anybody over the age of 30. That was a mantra, a slogan. Well, now it's even younger, eh? And they've done it across the world uniformly, uniformly. Same school teachers, toolboxes trained across the world. That's what UNESCO was for, remember? That's what it was set up for, creating a universal culture through universal education, which is really just social engineering indoctrination, you see. Very successful. And to me, as a person who stands outside things and looks at it, it's interesting to see how they've done it all, you know. And there's no point getting all emotional about it, because most folk now cannot reason. They're so emotional. It works awfully well, including the ones who might be set loose in the public to do really more drastic things. What you got at the moment is a warning what's coming. And eventually it'll get a lot more worse than this as they set them loose on the public. And it's quite fascinating, though, to live through it and actually see it happening, and to watch the things that you read about in books, the chanting mobs, utterly radicalized, who can't really verbalize anything beyond the slogans that they're chanting, except that they hate you. If you ask them why they hate you, they can get into trouble trying to figure out why. It's just because you're there, really, you know. They'll hate you. And that's a very dangerous situation. And it's all been fostered by the authorities, by your own tax money, training them through education, etc. And of course the social media, that they're all getting the same stuff from internet and different sites, etc. It's quite amazing. It is amazing, isn't it, to watch it happening. But never forget that the talks I've given for years about this to do with the mind itself, and the articles I'd read on the air about those who manage our minds from birth onwards, and giving you, and how they even bring you to opinions which you will think that they're your own. You'll all get it the same. If you all watch certain programs at the same time that are really touted, that it's almost must see, you must go watch this, you'll all come away with the same ideas, you see. Doesn't matter if it's false, it doesn't make any difference. To you it's all real. It's quite something, you know. And if you've been brought up, if you have raised a generation, if you've raised them to be beyond radical, this isn't just radical. These folk are literally chomping at the bit to get unleashed upon the public for a massive purge. That's what it is, and you know that. You all know that. And they're ready for it. They're pretty well ready for it. There's going to be no arguing with them, or debating, or talking to them when they get unleashed. You're an enemy. You're not just an enemy. You're a thing, an enemy and a thing, not a person, that will have to be disposed of. And whenever you give any particular group amongst humanity special status, and give them a free hand to go at it, well, you would understand, now your governments are an enemy of the people. Your governments permit this. They themselves are an enemy of the people. They're complicit in the horror that they're bringing on. Don't forget that. There's never been a time where this has been pretty well advocated by your own governments, all of what's happening today. There hasn't been. Even last year and the year before, when you had the Extinction Rebellion going through London week after week, you know, stopping traffic, businesses, big trucks, stopping trains, disrupting everyone's lives, and being allowed to get away with it, day after day after day for weeks and weeks, and businesses getting hit with it, etc. Well, what gave them special status over everybody else? Somebody authorized it. You're starting to get there's a penny dropping here. It's because whatever you thought your government was is nothing to what you actually thought it was. Nothing. It's completely different. And the system of civil service has always been the system of power. That's where you put them in. They're there for life, regardless of the party that's around them. and they're all trained towards their lifelong goals to accomplish for their masters, not the politicians, but the real masters. You know that. That's how it really works. So let's look at this, for instance. I mentioned this article before. It's so important because it gives you a little clue down through time, you see. From 2013, this one is. And it says, ecologists urge government to move beyond existent levels of public permission. Okay? It says governments can and even should move beyond existing levels of public permission in order to shift norms. That's normals, right? Norms, allowing public sentiment to later catch up with the regulation. So this is from 2013. Huh? This came out eventually in an edition of Bioscience. Huh? But what's awfully important is that, listen to the wording again, right? You got to think, start using that loaf you got there, your head, your brain. And it says, governments can and even should move beyond existent levels of public permission in order to shift norms, allowing public sentiment, okay, to later catch up with the regulation. So it's to do with laws and rules they're going to put out, you see. Now, you would need certain things to happen and to give it an excuse to put the rules out. This doesn't have to be a real event. This is a made-up one that could appear real. That's an example. Because you've got to give an idea to the public so that they will go, oh, well, we better go along with that, you see. And so there's no debate about it at all. And so in a peer-reviewed paper put out by the American Institute of Biological Sciences, titled Social Norms and Global Environmental Challenges, it says a group of scientists call on government and scientists to start with the planned social engineering of norms and values in regards to the environmental policies. Now remember, up until now, the whole idea was to use the climate idea as an emergency to take your rights away, bring you into a post-consumerist society, into a rationed society. When you live the way they're going to tell you to live, in a reduced standard of living for most folk, not for the ones at the top naturally, but for all the rest of you. So you need something else. So the whole climate idea, when they came out of the Club of Rome, they were tasked with finding a reason to make it happen, and they came up with that idea. And then everything hinges on it. They can't back down. It's like, as I said before, Colin Powell, literally red-faced. He actually changed. You see his face changing when he was called out on it at the time, trying to convince the public that fuzzy picture was actually some missile launching mechanism in Iraq, and it wasn't. Even though, and it came out during that interview that Britain had admitted that they'd sold a transport trailer for the weather balloon systems for Iraq. That's what that was. They said that's what that was. And here's Colin Powell trying to tell you it was a rocket rig, missile rig. And he flustered in the whole bit. He still stuck to it. Oh, well, you know, everybody was laughing at him. And that's how they are. When they've sworn to something, they will not back off. They can't back off. They'll get kicked out the club. And they have sworn. They have sworn to go along with the biggest lies you can possibly imagine. And that's just the same here today with all of this stuff, by the way. So the idea, to get the whole climate idea, was already taught through the schools, right? But it says that the idea these new norms must work their way into existing norms to finally environmental policies, so the environmental policies will be accepted without reserve, right? You're all going to die. Oh, you're going to fry. No, you're going to freeze. Oh, you're going to fry. You're going to freeze. You're going to drown. It depends what the weather's going to be. But regardless of what they picked for that time, you all better go along with it because you're all going to die. No matter what it is, you're going to die of that, or you're going to die of a disease, or you're going to die of, but you're going to die. You see? That's the main thing about taking folks' rights away down through time is if you don't do what we say, you're all going to die. Standard stuff. Standard. Some of the founding fathers in America said pretty well the same stuff. All your rights are taken away with the guise of good intentions for necessity, you see. And they've got these bioethicists working with them to do with managing society. You've got experts getting churned out of university and courses and who really do it. It's just basically social engineering, how to con the public. The same kind of techniques that Bernays talked about when he talked about the decisions and your behaviour is managed by an invisible government, the ones that understand how your mind works. And they can convince you to go and buy things and do things and behave in certain ways without you even realising that you're not making your own decisions eventually. It's being put into your mind. Great stuff, mate. Banks and banks of these characters. I mentioned it before too, with a group that worked with the SAGE group for COVID, and I put the articles out from them, where they actually gave advice to all the newspapers to comply and go along with this, right down to terrorising the public, to jacking up, intensifying fear, to make folk comply. Now again, are we all adults here? When you do something, if they just said as children, we're going to terrorise the children, wouldn't you well, I don't know in this day and age, I don't think folk care anymore. To be honest, I think we're so far gone, but if they were to terrify the children, I think there'd be some complaints about it, and just for from a memory of decency towards children, right, that we used to have, right, when we cared, we'd have to do something even for the memory's sake of decency, as opposed to reality. Regardless, we say, but here it's not. It's to all the adults as well. Who's standing up and rioting on the streets about that? Nobody. They don't give a damn about the people who've been dying in old folks' homes or anything with this. Neither do they give a damn when they're out there screaming about this in the whole bit on streets about spreading any virus, even if they think. And they're wearing masks, some of them, and some of them aren't wearing masks, but they're shoulder to shoulder. They don't care. Are you going to comply with folk who don't care about everybody else? Really? Aye. But yeah, so American Institute of Biological Sciences, there you go, biological sciences, all to do with bioethics too. And the Rockefellers are really up there. I've given out the articles before from the Rockefeller Foundation, from their bioethics societies, working with our legal systems for laws. All the new, like bucketfuls of laws are going to just dump on us all from these unelected people. Well, we've got degrees in managing all of you scum. Obey. Right? This is an old article, 2013. This has been happening for years, this kind of stuff. Right? So to get their agenda through on behalf of the usual group, the WEF, the same bunch at the top. As I say, look at the World Economic Forum. There used to be, why were all the top energy companies and oil companies the first ones to jump on board with sustainability? There you go. Yep. The WEF. Now, here's the thing about COVID. I mean, Canada, unfortunately, is, or used to be a few steps ahead of most countries in we can call it socialism if you want. Again, don't get hung up on names. Signs and symptoms tell you all you need to know. I noticed Bob Rae, by the way, he was an ex-premier of Ontario years ago, who had quite the going away expose in the papers, and proud to tell you more about himself than ever before. But again, left a massive debt in Ontario, but that's what they always do, and changed a lot of things as well. He was doing the same things as Justin Trudeau. You see, years before, back in the 90s, he was, on hiring. So abilities didn't really matter so much, and so on, yada, yada, yada. And he went quiet for a while. I think he was a teacher at some university, probably was put on the board, and he'd get a full-time salary for maybe showing up once in a while. But he's just been appointed for Canada's ambassador to the United Nations. Very timely, isn't it? And so again, a complete socialist type. His dad was actually a communist revolutionary that came over. I won't go into the whole history of it, but yeah, this is quite interesting when you go into his background. But anyway, So Canada really is such a socialistic, almost communistic country, and it's well on the way to total. It's beyond total socialism. Actually, they don't question much. People in Canada don't question the system much at all. Anyway, it says, COVID deaths in Canada, a questionable statistic before Canadians surrender any more of their freedoms to COVID-19 propaganda. Can we stop and ask some critical questions? And this goes on about COVID being unquestionably much worse than a bad flu season, says Dr. Alison McGeer, infection disease specialist, Toronto's Mount Sinai Hospital. It's a long article, actually, and it's kind of, I call it scattered in the way sometimes the way things are put across. But it says McGeer cites government statistics as of June 17 showing COVID mortality rate of 22 deaths per 100,000 Canadians. And again, all these deaths are so meaningless when they're taking all kinds of deaths with presumed, and even the FA positive tests are doing, especially the swabs. In other words, you'd be dying of any kind of disease, but they find a trace of that in you at the same time, even though it's not killing you, that something else is killing you, you put down as COVID. We all know this scam. It's just, it's never been done in history like this. This is astonishing. I live through it with all the verification from so many studies. Again, facts don't matter. Anyway, it says the comparison, the death rate from influenza in Canada on an annual basis is usually between 9 and 13 deaths per 100,000 people. Does this one statistic really make COVID unquestionably worse than the flu? So that's the point of this person's article, what they're telling you as opposed to what it really means. And they go on to graphs, charts, and slice up the data in so many ways, by cases in province, date of onset, number of deaths, male, female, old versus young, etc. But they don't talk about the infection to fatality rate. That's the percent of people who acquire COVID-19 and end up having that inevitable out-of-body experience we call death. So in other words, yeah, see, cases are totally different from infected people, like disease-infected people. If they have no signs and symptoms of a disease, they're not diseased. They're not ill. And whenever you get herd immunity, you get it by the things. This same I mentioned before. Most folk had polio virus going through their systems in the 1950s when supposedly it was going out at the time, and didn't know they'd had it. They didn't know. What they did find are certain categories of people. Again, even people who got injured with like I knew a guy who knocked his knee when he was in national service on an assault course. He hurt his knee, and somehow the virus was able to set in and cause problems, permanent problems with him. It's very similar to a lot of viruses. You don't know that they've gone through you, and folk have always ended up getting herd immunity. Or none of us would be alive today, folks. Long before this COVID-19 came along, right? Do you understand that? It's like normal stuff. And some years you'll get a cold, and everybody around you hasn't got it that you know of, and sometimes they'll all have it, and you're fine. You know, that's just the way it is. But one way or another has gone through you, even when you were fine, that particular strain, whatever it is, and you're somehow resistant to it already that year. But anyway, all the graphs and charts, as I say, don't give you anything to do with fatality. And the more you test, the more you're going to find folk. I've got, as I say, the tests are so nonsensical. They're nonsensical. These swab tests are not. A lot of these tests are not even meant for diagnostic purposes. Really. It's far easier for bacterial purposes. You can test bacteria and you can grow them again in a dish, of course, and you'll see it. You can test this is definitely so and so bacterium. But when it comes to viruses, especially COVID group, it's a massive group of variations of things. It says the World Health Organization had estimated that COVID-19's official death rate would hover around 3.4%. The statistic has been used to justify the loss of 3 million jobs in Canada and libraries being turned into food banks. You should be lucky you got food, because eventually, come the winter and in next year, you'll be lucky to get food at all, I think. And that is the plan. It says, well, I decided to calculate the infection fatality rate for the entire country as well as each individual province and territory using the official data from the Public Health Agency of Canada as of June 23rd, 2020, 6 days after McGear's calculations. As you can see, we arrive at a 0.56% rate of death for those infected with COVID and 0.56% and 6 times less than the WHO's estimate of 3.4%. Notwithstanding a 0.56% infection to fatality rate, as Dr. Greer said, would be unquestionably much worse than a bad flu season, around 5 times as worse than as a mild flu season. But wait, more questions and so on. It says, in the above table, take a look at the infection to fatality column. You can see that a person infected with COVID is twice as likely to die if they live in Ontario, which is 0.62%, or Quebec, 0.65%, versus somebody living in Nova Scotia on the East Coast, 0.32%. And Canucks are twice as likely to die in Nova Scotia rather than Alberta. Alberta's got 0.16%. Indeed, if you estimate Quebec and Ontario from the equation, if you eliminate them from the equation, we arrive at dramatically different results, an infection fatality rate of 0.17% and only 3 deaths per 100,000 amongst the remaining 61% of Canadians. Is COVID-19 then more dangerous than the flu? It doesn't seem so if you live outside of Ontario and Quebec. It's true. So anyway, they go back and forth to justify this reasoning, etc. But you got even different provinces, even in the U.S. states, some of them have different methods and percentages to do with the actual tests that they're doing. It's not like a switch going on and off, you're positive or negative. There's a whole range it goes up to, even in different countries, of how many hours this particular test has been studied. So many hours with the virus on so-and-so, that's how they really do it. Right? There's a whole bunch of procedures they go through, and they've got different rates of it. If it's only studied for maybe 36 hours in one state, maybe another state will do up to 30. Well, you'd be negative if the ones that is in 30, the ones that is in 36 hours test will be actually over. It's so bogus, it's unbelievable. And again, the Koch's postulates, which you've got to go through to even confirm this is a particular unique virus, hasn't even been done. This is the most miraculous thing that's ever been. It hasn't been done, folks. Huh? To make sure this is a definite, distinct virus. None of it's been done. This criteria must fulfill step by step by step before you can say this is a definite new virus. And again, with everybody getting put down is dying from it anyway. Remember in Britain, don't forget what they said in Britain with Hancock, the guy who's put in charge of the health for Britain, the National Health Service. He's a politician, of course, but don't forget what he said during a talk, and I put that up too. It was on YouTube, where he says, people have forgotten, like folk are dying all the time, every day, every week, every month, every year. People die every day. Otherwise, we'd have too many folk, obviously. And the folk die every day and they're replaced by new babies and yada yada. That's births and deaths. That's why the stats are always in births and deaths. But we forget that. We've also already been conned into, no one died before COVID came along. Did you know that folk are dying of COVID? And they put everybody who dies down as COVID. And that's a fact probable. Did he sneeze? Yeah, he sneezed twice before he croaked. Oh, that's COVID then, right? And never mind the scams that they get for putting them down and diagnosing them as COVID. Hospitals get more money, and if they use a ventilator, even more money again. But back to the point here, probables as well. There's hardly a symptom that they haven't stuck into this COVID thing. If you've got a runny nose, it could be COVID. If you got a congested nasal passages, it could be COVID. There's nothing that they haven't missed. In the middle of hay fever season, eh? So they put all these folk down as COVID deaths. And Hancock says, he says, people forget, 10,000 people, and this is in Britain or England, 10,000 people die every month here, he says. What, shouldn't that shock you? I mean, you didn't know that, did you? 10,000 die normally anyway. Well, since they're putting so many of them down as COVID, then they keep jacking up the figures. Because now, along with the whole climate idea of catastrophe and we're all going to die, you've got COVID there, oh, you're all going to die, give up all your rights and we'll manage you. And we've got to bring in a new system, a complete global reset, they said. And we're using COVID now as the excuse. Yep. You're looking at horror, and folks should definitely be put in the dock for this. It's a pity it'll never happen because the elite run the system. That'll never happen. But like some fantasy Hollywood movie to get some kind of justice, it'd be kind of nice, wouldn't it? But it's in fantasy again. Never happen. Quite something. It says here anyway that a probable cause, they put them down as probable case of COVID, seems to leave much to question. Can one be added to the COVID list if they suffer an onset or exacerbation of chronic cough, coupled by participating in a mass gathering identified as a source of exposure? A Canadian can also be branded as COVID case if he or she has a fever over 30 degrees Celsius and close contact with a confirmed case of COVID-19. When it comes to close contact, how close are we talking about? Not all that close. It seems a single laboratory confirmed case of COVID-19 in a long-term care home in a resident or staff member would trigger an outbreak and would be declared, says the Ontario Ministry of Health, COVID-19 outbreak guidance for long-term care homes. In other words, if the maintenance man at a seniors home of 800 residents tests positive for COVID, all 800 residents would now meet the close contact qualifier. Ontario's health case definition, novel coronavirus 19, confirms this. Just a runny nose and being a patient in the same ward or facility during a nosocomial outbreak of COVID-19 will add grandma to the COVID case count. The facility could include long-term care homes where most of the deaths have occurred. And that's another thing too. Most of them have occurred, remember, in these long-term care homes where I'm telling you a lot have been done on the cheap, especially with the staff, etc. And plus they're terrified. The stories that came out of some of them, the ones in Montreal, where literally some of the homes were deserted. The staff had fled in utter panic and fear. And the folk were lying in their own waste, etc., something like that. Just horrible stuff. So it says that unless you only need one confirmed case of COVID and all the residents in that nursing home become probable cases as soon as they show any of the broad list of COVID symptoms. And by, it's really broad, believe you me. This is one of those COVID red flags include a decrease in blood pressure. So that even that, you understand, if you're one of the probables, because one person went through the nursing home, oh yeah, well, your blood pressure just dropped a little there, so you probably got COVID, so put them all down, COVID, right? A common occurrence amongst the elderly using blood pressure lowering medication. Yeah. So someone can be totally free of COVID but still be included in the total COVID cases. But of course, if they do die, it would not be assumed that COVID was the cause of death, or would it? What kind of proof is required to verify a COVID patient actually died from COVID? Consider that the Ontario Public Health Daily Epidemiologic Summary clearly states, and the links are here for all these, by the way, any case marked fatal is included in the deaths data. Deaths are included whether or not COVID-19 was determined to be a contributing or underlying cause of death. That's right there, right? Whether or not, right? Said another way, it doesn't matter whether someone died from cancer, the flu, heart disease, a ventilator, medication, falling down the stairs, a bullet to the head, as long as it was probable that they had COVID. They will be added to the list of the COVID deaths in Canada. Now, I'm also going to put up this article next to it. It's called Legal Challenge to COVID-19 Measures Filed in Ontario Superior Court, July 8th, 2020. By Vaccine Choice Canada, and they're actually putting in a legal challenge to see what happens. You got to applaud the people who do these things. And I remember the same thing happened with a group, a very dedicated group, who had all their facts right, and they challenged the Bank of Canada's chronology that was doing, and eventually, of course, everything ruled against them. They didn't go any further. That's because Canada's more totalitarian and socialist, very much like Australia. It's interesting to look at the Commonwealth countries, ex-Commonwealth, still Commonwealth countries, where they were part of the Dominion. Canada used to be called the Dominion because of the Dominion of England or London. And there's always been a system in place, and which tells you you're under a monarchy. Don't forget, everybody's appointed at the top, any official, anything, to be loyal to the crown. And that you got to understand, there's a different system above it all, above the so-called democracy here. And it doesn't matter if the one below it pretends to be right-wing at times or left-wing at times. It's really all run by a system above them. So you can challenge them all they want in Canada, because Canada is more of a totalitarian system than most countries. Australia is much the same, and that's why Australia is getting locked down so quickly with a very authoritarian system, actually, very authoritarian, and who give the people no choice at all, just to comply or else, and that's it. But I'll put this article up. It's quite good on the different things that they're putting forward, because really the government's negating their duties, supposedly, as you would think it was, in regards to the public, the citizens, given the restriction of access to Parliament, to the courts, medical and educational services. True, how many folk can't get medical care during this whole farce? I guess if folk die at home, they can't get any hospital put down as COVID deaths, even though they want other treatments for different things, as that's what's killing them. The destruction of local economies, absolutely, and livelihoods, and the requirement of to physically distance, and that which a farce, a whole idea dreamed up by a schoolgirl and her daddy who worked for the military-industrial complex, by a computer model, nothing to do with reality. And along with the forced use of non-medical masking, or extraordinary measures that have never before been imposed on the citizen, even though the micron size of this virus supposedly is smaller than the particles they can get through an M95 masks, but facts don't matter again, eh? It's to make you literally obedience. The mask itself is compliance. That's its symbol. Comply. We're all one. We're all one. You see, that's the first thing for war-type scenarios. Get the public all to act as one and to obey as one, and get the mob to turn on anybody who's individual and says, I'm not carrying this gas mask. That's World War II. I don't need a gas mask. What for? No one's getting gassed, and no one was gassed. But that didn't matter. The rest of them would turn on you. You better get that gas mask. We all have to do it. And that's the mob, eh? Always used. It's very much like the movie Gangs in New York, where I think the mayor of New York at the time said we can always hire half the citizens to kill the other half if we need to. That's quite plain about it. It was quite good, that little one-liner there. And it's true. Of course you can. Folks never realise they're getting played off. Even your emotions, especially when you get emotions, you're angry. Someone's using you. Someone else is using you. You're being programmed. You got to say by whom and for what purpose? Who's benefiting from this? Who's suffering because of it? But unfortunately, once folk have gone that far through emotions, they cannot think at all. And I'll put these articles up. Another one too, COVID-19 PCR test. This is awfully good. I mean, it's true. Again, it says facts, but facts don't matter. It says PCR tests are scientifically meaningless, though the whole world relies on RT-PCR to diagnose SARS-CoV-2 infection. The science is clear. They are not fit for the purpose. The inventor says it's not a diagnostic tool. I'll repeat that for the hard of thinking. The inventor says it's not a diagnostic tool for diagnosing disease. It's a tool to be used solely in the laboratory for other purposes. But it says lockdown and hygienic measures around the world are based on numbers of cases and mortality rates created by the so-called SARS-CoV-2 RT-PCR tests used to identify positive, quotation marks, patients, whereby positive is usually equated with infected, you see. But looking close at the facts, the conclusion is that these PCR tests are meaningless as a diagnostic tool to determine an alleged infection by a supposed new virus called SARS-CoV-2. And it says unfounded test mantra. And the message was spread through the headlines around the world, for instance, by Reuters and BBC. Test, right? It's true, that's all you've heard, test. So on the 3rd of May, the moderator of the Hot Journal, one of the most important news magazines on German television, was passing the mantra of the corona dogma onto his audience with astonishing words. Test. That is the credo at the moment, and it's the only way to really understand how much the coronavirus is spreading. This indicates that the belief in the validity of the PCR test is so strong that it equals a religion that tolerates virtually no contradiction. But it's well known that religions are about faith and not about scientific facts. And as Walter Lippmann, the 2-time Pulitzer Prize winner and perhaps the most influential journalist of the 20th century, said, where all think alike, no one thinks very much. So to start, it's very remarkable that Kary Mullis himself, or Kary Mullis, the inventor of the polymerase chain reaction technology, this is what they call a PCR test, right? Did not think alike. His invention got him the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 1993. Unfortunately, Mullis passed away last year at the age of 74, but there's no doubt that the biochemists regarded the PCR as inappropriate to detect a viral infection. The reason is that the intended use of the PCR was, and still is, to apply it as a manufacturing technique, being able to replicate DNA sequence millions and billions of times. And that's what its function is, right? To replicate DNA sequences millions and billions of times, and not as a diagnostic tool to detect viruses. How declaring virus pandemics based on PCR tests can end in disaster was described by Gina Kolata in her 2007 New York Times article called Faith in Quick Tests Leads to Epidemic That Wasn't. That was in 2007. And lack of a valid gold standard. It says, moreover, it's worth mentioning that the PCR test used to identify so-called COVID-19 patients presumably infected by what is called SARS-CoV-2 do not have a valid gold standard to compare them with. It's not a simple, straightforward switch on and off, positive, negative. It's a fundamental point. Tests need to be evaluated to determine their preciseness. Strictly speaking, their sensitivity and specificity by comparison with a gold standard, meaning the most accurate method available. As an example, for a pregnancy test, the gold standard would be the pregnancy itself. yeah, you definitely. But as an Australian infectious disease specialist, Sanjaya Sanayake said, for example, stated in an ABC TV interview in an answer to the question, how accurate is the COVID-19 testing? If we had a new test for picking up the bacterium golden staph in blood, we've already got blood cultures, that's our gold standard, and we've been using for decades, and we could match this new test against that. But for COVID-19, we don't have a gold standard test. Jessica C. Watson from Bristol University confirms this in her paper interpreting a COVID-19 test result published recently in the British Medical Journal. She writes that there's a lack of such a clear-cut gold standard for COVID-19 testing. But instead of classifying the test as unsuitable for SARS-CoV-2 detection and COVID-19 diagnosis, or instead of pointing out that only a virus proven through isolation and purification can be a solid gold standard, Watson claims in all seriousness that, pragmatically, COVID-19 diagnosis itself, remarkably including PCR testing itself, may be the best available gold standard, but this is not scientifically sound. Apart from the fact that it's downright absurd to take the PCR test itself as part of the gold standard to evaluate PCR test. There are no distinctive specific symptoms for COVID-19, as even people such as Thomas Loscher, former head of the Department of Infectious Tropical Medicine at the University of Munich and member of the Federal Association of German Internists, conceded to us. It says, and if there are no distinctive specific symptoms for COVID-19 for diagnosis, contrary to Watson's statement, it cannot be suitable for serving as a valid gold standards. It very much depends who's studying it as to what the conclusion they're going to have, if it's positive or not. That's really what it is. It says there's no proof for the RNA being of viral origin, right? Now the question is, what is required first for the virus isolation and proof? We need to know where the RNA for which the PCR tests are calibrated comes from. As test books, and they give example White Fenner Medical Virology 1986, page 9, as well as leading viral research such as Luc Montagnier of Dominique Dwyer state, particle purification, that is, the separation of an object from everything else that is not that object. As for instance, Nobel laureate Marie Curie purified 100 milligram, or if it's milligram I guess is, of radium chloride in 1898 by extracting it from tons of pitchblende as an essential prerequisite for proving the existence of a virus, and thus to prove that the RNA from the particle in question comes from a new virus. The reason for this is that PCR is extremely sensitive, which means it can detect even the smallest pieces of DNA or RNA, but it cannot determine where these particles come from. That has to be determined beforehand. And because PCR tests are calibrated for gene sequences, in this case RNA sequences, because SARS-CoV-2 is believed to be an RNA virus, believed to be, that word believed to be, we have to know that these gene snippets are part of the looked for virus. And to know that, correct isolation and purification of the presumed virus has to be executed. Hence, we have asked the science teams of relevant papers, which are referred to in context SARS-CoV-2, for proof where the electron microscope shots depicted in their vitro experiments show purified viruses. But not a single team could answer that question with yes. And nobody said purification was a necessary step. One of the answers like, no, we did not obtain an electron micrograph showing the degree of purification. We asked several study officers, do your electron micrographs show the purified virus? They gave the following responses, and they gave you answers to names and so on. Emergence of a novel human coronavirus threatening human health, Nature Medicine, March 2020, Malik Pires, and so on. Answered, the image is a virus budding from an infected cell. It is not purified virus. So none of them actually are purified viruses, which you're supposed to get in the first place if you really want to get to the bottom of things. It's astonishing really what's going on here. But again, the PCR test is not even meant. It's not meant for diagnosis. Why do you get all these false positives and false negatives? Depends who's looking at it, folks. It really is. And how long they've had these things, and it's a whole system they put these PCR tests through as they multiply particles and so on, and then put a light through it as well too. So many hours it takes. Well, if different countries use different amount of hours for it, and that gives you the different answers on the same tests. Another one too is guidance on interpreting COVID-19 test results. This article here, and it's got viral testing, positive, negative, positives. They've got most likely you do currently have an active COVID-19 infection and can give the virus to others. Recommended actions. And then this is what comes up, right? Positive. Most likely, they can't see you've definitely got it. Most likely, you do currently have an active infection, right? Even though it's only pick up particles. You get particles even if they're dead and gone, broken up from weeks ago. And negative, it becomes negative, right? On COVID-19 test results. Most likely you do not currently have an active COVID-19 infection, right? And if you have symptoms, you should keep monitoring symptoms and seek medical advice. It's understand any sniffy nose or cold or whatever is going to, or flu is going to be put down as COVID. Most likely is your diagnosis, right? This is an official guidance on interpreting the test results. Antibody testing, right? You think there'd be more? It says, but no, right? Don't forget, antibody testing will show you have had, even a flu shot over a few years ago could still show you up as positive. They're all COVIDs, you see. So antibody testing, positive, it comes up positive, right? A blood test. You likely have had a COVID-19 infection. Well, how can they actually say COVID-19 one when they've never purified it from anything else to even get a base thing to start with? So you may be protected from reinfection and have immunity, but this cannot be said with certainty. Scientists are conducting studies now to provide more information, right? So even though you're positive, right, and you'll probably have immunity, they can't guarantee for certain that this is all true. It's a good business to go into. You can't fail. I mean, you get paid anyway. And testing for past infections with the virus, and it comes up negative, right? You likely never had or have not yet developed antibodies to COVID-19 infection. Likely, but not positively, right? It says you could still get COVID-19. Take steps to protect yourself and others. Well, what are you going to do? Go to a different planet and breathe a different atmosphere? And then viral positive, right? Antibody positive. So viral positive. Most likely you do currently have an active COVID-19 infection and can give the virus to others. Remember what they said before too. This is for folk who won't even have symptoms, remember. And the WHO came out and said it's very unlikely that folk who have no symptoms can pass on to other people. Remember that she came out and said that? Remember? But here it says, most likely you do currently have an active infection and can give the virus to others. Most likely you could, but then you maybe likely couldn't. I don't know. And viral positive and antibody negative, right? Most likely you do currently have an active COVID-19 infection and can give the virus to others. Because you haven't developed an antibody yet, so they're saying here, right? If you got both antibody and viral testing, so you're viral negative and antibody positive. So this is a good one, eh? There's no sign of a virus. Okay. So you're likely again. I like this. Science is so precise, you know. So you likely had, and you also obey it. You should obey this accurate science. Scientists, see, they speak with authority. Okay? They've got lots of degrees, so they can come in and say, you better obey us because you likely have this or likely have that. Anyway, it says, you likely have had and recovered from a COVID-19 infection if you're viral negative and antibody positive, right? And once again, you may be protected from reinfection and you have immunity, but this cannot be said with certainty. Well, this is a really great science, this one, eh? Viral negative and antibody negative. You likely never had a COVID-19 infection. You could still get COVID-19. You should get tested again, only if your medical provider and or workplace tells you to take steps to protect yourself and others. So there you go. Eh? You understand if everybody had it and tested positive, this thing would have been over long ago. And actually it was. The spike was over at the beginning of April. We know that now. But facts don't matter. They need it, remember. They need this to happen. Another one too is the corona simulation machine, why the inventor of the corona test would have warned us not to use it to detect the virus. That's what I was telling you earlier. And again, this article also goes into, the guy who invented this PCR test and all the rest of it. He said it's not meant for diagnosing at all. And it says scientists are doing an awful lot of damage to the world in the name of helping it. I don't mind attacking my own fraternity because I am ashamed of it. That was Kary Mullis, the inventor of the polymerase chain reaction. That's PCR. That's what he said. He's ashamed of his own fraternity. Yeah. What do I mean when we say somebody has tested positive for coronavirus? The answer would astonish you or stun you. By getting this answer is like getting to a very rare mushroom that only grows above 200 feet on a sequoia tree in this forbidden forest. I say that for dramatic effect, but also because I wound up against all odds finding it. Every day I wake up and work and shedding one more layer of ignorance by listening carefully. I got luckily with scientists many years ago, epic, incredible scientists happening to cross my pathway and nobody else wanted to talk to them. Now their names are emerging, their warnings and corrections, crystallizing. True science, the nature of the natural world, is never bad news. Globalist science is nothing but bad news, and that's the difference. It's politicized science, you see, for a big agenda. The reason Bill Gates wants you to believe a coronavirus will exterminate over 450 million people is that he hates nature, God, and you. A subjective interpretation. Why is that? You'd have to ask a psychiatrist. But then it goes on and on. It's quite a good article, actually. Here's another one, too. It says, bill requires employers to keep implanted microchips voluntary for workers. Remember that article, too, that Bill Gates had working with MIT, and that's genuine. It's not a made-up story. And to do with a chip-type system that would track and trace everybody that had vaccinations on their skin. Tattoo was one of them. Then they also looked into the actual chip itself, implanting that, yada, yada. Well, trial balloons come out all the time, and preparations for what's coming comes out all the time too. Because folks can't handle more than one or two crises at the same time. Two, they say 3 maximum will break people. Most folk will break at 3 crises happening all at the same time. So they give you those little bits and pieces here and there, and a lot of things will get ignored by you because you can't handle extras. You're going to have to worry about, So a bill requires employers to keep implanted microchips voluntary for workers, ABC 12 news team. As employers around the US implant microchips in workers to track productivity. Are they doing that already? Where? The Michigan House passed a bill making them voluntary in the state. The bill passed Wednesday prohibits employers from requiring workers to accept a microchip implant. With the way technology has increased over the years and it continues to grow, it's important Michigan job providers balance the interests of the company with their employees' expectations of privacy, says State Representative Brona Cal from Lenawee County, who sponsored the bill. You wonder what's really behind it and who had them. Most politicians today are just, they're lobbyists for big businesses. I mean, they are. Yeah, that's the truth of it. I've been so corrupt that we accept corruption until it can't work. Things eventually stop working altogether when it becomes so corrupt, just like Rome again. But anyway, so she said the companies increasingly are turning to miniature microchips about the size of a grain of rice implanted in employees' hands to track productivity so managers can look for ways to boost efficiency. Some places the RFID microchips take the place of time cards. I wonder what places they are. They don't mention what places are using them. ID badges and security clearance devices. Some can be equipped with credit card technology to complete financial transactions. I've had this out for years, this stuff. Cal said the devices aren't used widely yet. I wonder where they are using them. I know in Mexico had been advocating them for government employees for the federal government at one point years ago. I haven't heard much since from elsewhere. But she believes they could become a standard business practice around Michigan in the next few years. I wonder what tip-off she's got. While these miniature devices are on the rise, so are the calls for workers to have their privacy protected. Companies could still deploy implanted microchips under her bill, but the policy would have to be voluntary there and mandatory, which means, again, they'll fire you if you don't accept it. They don't have to necessarily fire you. I mean, if you know something, corporations and businesses have got many ways to get you out the door. And yeah, you get no say in anything. You either all say no, or allow somebody to say yes, which means you're all finished, you see. So Cal's bill now heads to the state Senate for consideration. It would have to pass there before Governor Gretchen Whitmer could sign it into law. I think Miss Whitmer would be quite happy to sign it into law. They all would, wouldn't they? When they couldn't actually brand the cattle, brand it properly with a tracking chip in the cattle. Yeah. That's what it is. It's a brand. Yeah. And ownership. The Lancet Gate, scientific corona lies and big pharma corruption, hydroxychloroquine versus Gilead's remdesivir. And that's global research, and it says there's an ongoing battle to suppress hydroxychloroquine. I did different articles similar to this already, actually. It's a cheap and effective drug for the treatment of COVID-19. The campaign against HCQ is carried out through slanderous political statements, media smears, not to mention an authoritative peer-reviewed evaluation published in May 22nd by the Lancet. Already did that last week, I think, which was based on fake figures and test trials, remember. They published and then to retract it. Again, how politicized they all are, eh? They're all on the take for big corporations. The study was allegedly based on data analysis of 96,032 patients hospitalized with COVID-19. I guess it'd be probably from that last article already, or possibly, between December 2019 and April 14, 2020, from 671 hospitals worldwide. Well, that Lancet article was retracted, it says, because they said they'd stopped using that, they're testing the hydroxychloroquine. That's what they said. I've read an article where it was done again. They just dropped it again because they're told to by, Fauci and the rest of the crew at the top there. Anyway, so when the Lancet article was retracted, the media casually blamed a tiny US-based company named Surgisphere, whose employees include a sci-fi writer and adult content model. That's true. I read the article maybe 2 weeks ago, for spreading flawed data. The Chicago-based outfit was accused of having misled both the WHO and national governments, inciting them to ban HCQ. That's the drug. None of those trial tests actually took place. It was all made up and fake. The Lancet even published that they took it as truth as well. Because we know that that Fauci and the rest of them, the only ones, even before that, he kept poo-pooing everything until this one was read as Gilead, because he knows at the very least, put it this way, there's a lot more to it, but he's friends with Gilead. How's that? And just like they're all friends with the same vaccine companies too. They're going to get the contracts. Canada 19, CTV advocates demand Ontario shut down farms as COVID-19 cases soar amongst work. No, they're going in to test them, and you're going to find more and more every day that you test folk. They're not ill, right? And as I say, it's such a fake thing for diagnosing it, but it's great for getting great big numbers, eh? Listen to it. So a single farm in Essex linked to 175 new cases COVID-19 in the province, reigniting concerns about the rapid spread of the virus among temporary foreign workers. And so Ontario reported 257 new cases on Monday. These are cases, these are not illnesses, for 177 of which were confirmed by the Windsor Essex Public Health Unit following, targeted testing of migrant farm workers over the weekend. Well, if you keep doing targeted testing, you're going to find more and more cases. That's how it spreads through society and gets herd immunity, folks. And cases are not illnesses. And then illnesses have to be confirmed. And you've already seen the articles here. They've got probables and possibles and likelies and unlikelies. And that's science. Eh? And don't forget, too, in communism, which is the system they're bringing in, to suit this global elite. They always give you the system to suit the global elite. It's never, believe you me, if they were not happy with it and hadn't advocated it, it would never have happened. This is the plan for efficiency and getting it all done. And they always do is create, for compliance sake, is rationing and shortage of food. That's the standard thing across the globe. That's what they do. That's what communism always does. It makes you buckle under, and you'll beg for food, and you'll do what you're told. They've already pretty well closed down most of the meat market, but like permanently. That's what they want. Remember what the Club of Rome said, and the World Economic Forum, that meat and the rest of it's unsustainable. Because it makes you kind of healthy if you're sick. Even Gandhi had to take that, meat eventually. In Australia, as I say, they're so totalitarian in the old British Commonwealth countries. Victoria records 74 new coronavirus cases overnight. 74. I guess they must have tested them all in the morning. Say, guess what we found? As Daniel Andrews announces free rent and a $1,500 payment for the 3,000 people locked in Melbourne towers. That's just like that pandemic we saw, I think, the movie a few years back. They released it. Getting us all used to the idea of getting locked in towers, just like China. China was a role model for all. And now they're implementing the same thing too, because you must understand this is a whole new system, and you must believe it's all real and get used to obeying very drastic, nonsensical measures being implemented against you and upon you. So, the more you test, the more you're going to find, there's cases, But again, it'll come down to likely or unlikely or possibly or, So, Premier Dan Andrews has warned of a lockdown return if things don't improve. 9 public housing towers across Melbourne have been shut down for 5 days. People living in towers will not have to pay any rent. That's a real relief, isn't it? They don't have to pay any rent. I guess they'll just starve to death for the next 2 weeks. There's no work to go to anyway. Victorian police will be guarding each floor of the towers, ensuring no one leaves. Well, there's freedom. This is the new freedom. Remember what they said when 9/11 happened, and later on, as they gave you all your rights and freedoms, they put out a new statement, legality too, and they announced these things. And Bush Jr., with the big grin on his face, he said, "This is the new freedom, you see. They're redefining freedom." And New South Wales recorded 14 new COVID-19 cases, but all were returned overseas travellers. But were they ill? Doesn't say, you see, never do. Well, they probably didn't know. I'll put this one up too. South Africa. They always use South Africa as a guinea pigs for these things, and they have done all along for many, many years for different things. And there's been very conspiracy theories out there too. Some of them pretty valid, actually. About 2 years later, how they release certain things, then test them out there too. They do the same in Latin America, by the way. Big pharma companies use these countries for testing. In Amsterdam, no one mentions it. There's no newspapers to write about it, you see. It's easy to pay off folk in charge of commissioners and all that. We are not guinea pigs, say South African anti-vaccine protesters. And anti-vaccine protesters took the streets of Johannesburg Wednesday to voice their concern over Africa's first human trials for a potential coronavirus vaccine. This is they were demonstrating at Wits University, Johannesburg, South Africa. And it says involvement of South African vaccine trials is intended to ensure the continent will have access to an affordable vaccine and not be left in the back of the queue. They always say things like that. Hey, you don't get left behind. You might be at the bottom of the list, But if you help us out here, we'll get to you quicker. Maybe cheaper too. About 50 people held protest at the university at the Witwatersrand in Johannesburg, saying they did not want Africans to be used as guinea pigs. And says, I'm not happy at all. I mean, this feels like the 1980s all over again when the AIDS pandemic just broke out in South Africa, says 29-year-old graphic designer Teboga Lagol. And it says some of the placards carried by the demonstrators read, "We are not guinea pigs." I wonder if he remembers that. He's 29 years old, but that's like 40 years ago. Anyway, as his 29-year-old community activist Walter Mashilo said the vaccine should be tested first with members of parliament. I'm all for that. And ministers. And the ministers, there's the politicians' children, not in poor people. We are clear, comrades, we don't want this vaccine trial, he said, addressing the crowd. South Africa has the highest rate of infections in the continent, with confirmed cases of over 150,000 and more than 2,600 deaths. Now, confirmed cases again, right? Was that what killed them, or is that not? Or were these folk dying anyway? As I say, don't forget that just England alone, 10,000 folk a month die, right? Normally, of different old age problems. Eventually we'll all get our turn, you know. And Africa is a massive continent. So there you go, 150,000 and more than 2,600. But yeah, 2,600 deaths from what? And confirmed were they ill or not. Traditional healers are also fighting for their medicine to be used against the virus instead of a vaccine. We're not going to follow a vaccine because we, as healers, believe our traditional medicine is not given a chance. Silwani Mokatsi, 32-year-old compliance officer who's also part of the Traditional Healers Organization. So anyway, I'll put this one up, and well, they're quite right. At least, you know, at least they're saying something normal, like we're not guinea pigs. These are trial vaccines, folks. What was it again? The folk literally who've got premature Alzheimer's, think about it. You know, again, I said tonight again, the same thing. Bill Gates, what was it he said? 700,000 folk, 700,000 will die from the vaccine in the world, that is, you know, across the world, from the vaccine. And that was acceptable. Well, here's normal folk doing normal things. We're not guinea pigs. They don't want it. Now, here's the thing, too. As I said, a gang here, especially in the States, rather evident in the States, but the same thing in England, too, in Oxford, and different places like that. You find the same clique size. Some of them even in Oxford, I think, even worked over in the Wuhan lab at one point. And they'll get patents on things, too. You know. The National Institute of Health, right? National Institute of Health in the States owns half of Moderna vaccine. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And it says that in addition, 4 National Institute of Health scientists have filed their own provisional patent application as co-inventors, right, of the vaccine. Little-known NIH regulations let agency scientists collect up to $150,000 annually in royalties from vaccines upon which they worked. These rules are recipes for regulatory corruption. The NIH stake in the jab may explain why Anthony Fauci moved from Moderna's vaccine to the front of the line. He moved it to the front. He's the one who decides who's going to get the contract. So just coincidence, though, he picked that one. To let Moderna skip around animal trials, despite the experimental technology and inherent dangers of coronavirus vaccines. Every prior coronavirus vaccine has proven problematic and can be lethal to animals due to COVID's unique penchant for pathogenic priming. In other words, to give it to you, then you hit a virus, and your body then overreacts to it and it kills you. So death occurs only after a vaccinated animal encounters the wild virus. It doesn't even have to be that particular virus that they were given the vaccine against, right? But it doesn't have to be that one. It could be one of a strain, different, even quite different, but it'll still react, and down you go. Public health advocates and scientists criticize Fauci's decision to skip around trials as reckless. It may also explain why Anthony Fauci arranged a $483 million grant to Moderna from a sister NIH agency, BARDA, despite the fact that Moderna has never brought a product to market or gotten approval. Fauci publicly announced he was encouraged by Moderna's catastrophic phase 1 clinical trials, despite the fact that groups of super healthy volunteers had grade 3 severe or medically significant reactions following vaccination. Some had to go to hospital. Fauci's infusion, good name, made Moderna CEO Steve Bancel and billionaire and further enriched Fauci's mentor and co-investor, Bill Gates. May also explain why Fauci publicly announced he was encouraged by Moderna's catastrophic phase 1 trial, despite the fact that 20% of the high dose and 60% of the low dose groups of super healthy volunteers had grade 3 severe or medically significant reactions following vaccination. Well, they can stuff that where the sun don't shine, Mr. Fauci. Those results would have spelled death on arrival for any other medical product. After getting the abysmal news, Bancel and 4 other Moderna executives immediately dumped more than $89 million in stock, and Fauci was forced to make his optimistic public assessment to save Moderna's plummeting shares from death spiral. Fauci painted lipstick on that lame donkey, and now he's trying to convince everyone it's a thoroughbred. So Moderna and NIH began manufacturing the first of 1 billion doses of the deadly vaccine this month. Deadly vaccine. Fauci knows from experience that no matter how dangerous a vaccine is, the easy part is convincing people to take it. Yeah, because they terrify them. Yeah. Pharma, after all, controls the media. Well, the media is all part of the same system, the same owners, actually. So there you go. That's that one there. Another one too. This article here is again you get these fake polls. It's like once again you have to go back to the so-called father of propaganda. He wasn't really the father of marketing, really. Edward Bernays. He understood that people are motivated by subconscious things, even desires, and so on. And you could titillate them by tickling the desires and make them do certain things, or you could terrify them through fear, very primitive parts of the brain, and so on, and to compliance and things. It's all marketing strategies and to persuade folk to comply. But another part of it too, for compliance, was to create polls and fake polls, because they know through the herd instinct of people. A lot of folk literally, oh well, you know, if 70% said that's okay, maybe I should join them. And I've actually had people say to me that they voted for Pierre Trudeau, the daddy of the present one, and even though they knew he had been communist. And they said, yeah, but you know, realised, I said, one of them says to me, I realised that he was winning during the election, and I thought I'd just join the winners because they gave him statistics. That's how dumb it was. Some folk are like that. Well, if most folk go that way, I should go that way too. You know. So that's what the polls are for, to convince you. Well, maybe you, because you'd see, I couldn't believe that 72% of Canadians support mandatory coronavirus vaccine. I never have thought of that. Well, I'm really surprised. I better jump on the bandwagon and go along with them, eh? Prove it all. Well, that won't happen, because fake news is allowed when it's promoting the noble lie for the noble cause. You understand? That's permitted, you see. So more than 2/3 of Canadians believe a vaccine for COVID-19, the disease caused by the novel coronavirus, is it really, should be mandatory for all. A new poll by Ipsos suggests. Yeah. Well, nobody asked me. Did you know? Did you get asked? I bet you didn't, eh? Tell me. I wonder who they asked, eh? So 41% strongly agreed with the idea, with 32% somewhat agreed, and yada yada yada. So yeah, we should all get mandatory regardless, you see. Naturally we'd all vote for that, wouldn't we? Yeah. I don't think so. Fake polls, eh? And they've had books put out on percentages, how to work out percentages too, and how to use percentages, and manipulate and even create percentages through fake techniques to convince the public that your percentage and your outcome for your study is correct. There's actually, you get degrees in it, in fact. And using behavioural science, say, to help fight the coronavirus. I mentioned this before. I thought I'd do it again, because most folk don't never remember much. And it was from the SAGE group, right? And also they have a subgroup that they gave the Behavioural Insights team to work on terrifying the public into compliance, see? And this is your money again. You see, your money pays for you get brainwashed all the time. And you're an animal. And like, oh no. See, once you're not a spiritual creature with rights from a God and deity, you're just an animal. And you'll believe that yourself. And so you won't object so much when they say, well, we treat you like animals because you're an animal. And you'll say, well, I guess they're right, They treated me like an animal. They prompted me this and prompted. I had no idea I was getting prompted, But I guess they will, I'm just an animal. And so this one here is March 2020, using behavioral science to help fight the coronavirus. So conology, that of conning people, right, has been used to do it all. And eventually, it came out initially from Britain at one point. And that's what the different people who took part in this part here, Behavioral Research Unit. And it's an article on how they can use it. It summarizes useful evidence from behavioral science for fighting the COVID-19 outbreak. Maybe they put out, see, most folk read this and think, behavioral science to fight COVID. Maybe they put out, like, create fake ghosts, like virtual reality ghosts that's going to scare the viruses away or something. No. It's to manipulate you, folks. It's based on an extensive literature research of relevant behavioral interventions and studies of crisis, how to terrify the public. The findings aim to be useful not only to government and public authorities, but to organizations, workplaces and households. 7 issues are covered. Then they go through the usual hand washing that they've taught you about, right? Until everybody's got their skin peeling off their hands. I read the articles yesterday. Some people were getting poisoned off the types of alcohol used that was coming through their skin. And as it shows that education and information are not enough, you see. Placing hand sanitizer and colourful signage in central locations as directly beyond doors, canteen entries. We mean canteen entrances, everything's shut. The middle of entrance halls and lift lobbies increases use substantially of the sanitizers. You imagine this could be a holy thing, like holy water. It's the same thing. It's all rituals, you understand. Eh? All organizations and public buildings could adopt this cheap and effective practice. By contrast, we lack evidence on reducing face touching. Really, just have a look and watch the folk. They keep touching it where their nose would be, because it clogs up in front of their nose and their mouth from moisture. And so they keep pulling it away from them. And that moisture, it takes any viruses, by the way, through the fibrous tissue. It's just paper tissue, it's fibrous. It takes it through to the surface, onto their hands outside the mask, folks. Huh? Do you know that? And look at them. I saw it in a store. This woman was stand 6 feet away, and she didn't allow you to touch it, and she was going to put stuff in bags and stuff. And her face the whole time, she kept touching this part from her. I says, everything you're touching there, you're infecting, if that's the case. Yeah. Well, she got really ticked off about that. But that's what they do. The whole thing is ludicrous. But it's meant to be ludicrous, folks. Especially when they tell you that the asymptomatic people, WHO, probably don't infect anybody anyway, after telling us for months before that it did. Gaslighting, eh? But anyway, articulating new norms of acceptable behaviour, right? Acceptable behaviour. As for sneezing and coughing and keeping tissues within arm's reach could help. Isolation is likely to cause some distress and mental health problems. No kidding, is that why they put prisoners that are really nasty in isolation when they're punishing them that? To try to break their spirit. Is that what they're trying to do with everybody? Stay home, stay isolated, don't talk to anybody, don't meet anybody. That's why so isolation is likely to cause some distress and mental health problems. No kidding. Requiring additional services. Well, if you get additional services, maybe you're going to meet folk you don't want to meet. It's going to pass a virus. Preparedness, though, activating social networks, making concrete isolation plans. That sounds nasty. They should change it from concrete. It sounds like they're going to wall you in or something, like a horror movie. And becoming familiar with the process helps. So these supports are important, as some people may try to avoid necessary isolation. I wonder why. Eh? I guess it's maybe those words that they have in these tests and stuff, likely may or may not have, And if they're negative, they probably have it anyway, but may not necessarily in all cases, yada, yada, yada. Public-spirited behaviour is most likely when there's clear and frequent communication. So here you go. That's how you use the mob against them. Strong group identity. There's all the face mask wearers. See, look at them. 6 feet apart. Leadership. And it says, so it says, strong group identity and social disapproval for those who don't comply. Use the mob against the individual. Social disapproval after strong group identity. This has implications for language, leadership, and day-to-day social interactions. Authorities often overestimate the risk of panic, but undesirable behaviours to watch out for are panic buying of key supplies and xenophobic responses. Or maybe if you don't terrify them, it wouldn't happen. Communicating the social unacceptability of both could be part of a collective strategy. See? Evidence links crisis communication to behaviour change. Wow. As well as speed, honesty, and credibility, effective communication involves empathy. We feel your pain, and promoting useful individual actions and decisions. Using multiple platforms and tailoring messages to subgroups are beneficial too. These folk get paid thousands of bucks for coming up with this trash. They really do, right? Rather than just say, our job is to con people, to lie to them, to get groups to fight other groups on behalf of making compliance mandatory, you see. And terrifying, it actually has it in them. I mentioned it before too. The handout they put out to the newspapers, the same group, by the way. It says that they could really exacerbate stories, exaggerate stories, I should say, to create more fear and tension and anxiety, which would help folk to comply all the more. In other words, terrify the public. This is all official stuff, folks. Huh? Aye. It actually mentions that too, though, But this article is 25 pages, I think. Yep. Oh, it's amazing how they treat us just like animals, though, isn't it? And again, they use our tax money to do it. Oh. Another one, two options for increasing adherence to social distancing measures. Oh, 8 pages here, eh? By the same chronologists, eh? Professional liars and manipulators. Eh? Isn't that something? Perceived threat, it says in this one, persuasion. A substantial number of people still do not feel sufficiently personally threatened. It could be that they're reassured by the low death rate in their demographic group, although levels of concern may be rising. Having a good understanding of the risk has been found to be positively associated with adoption of COVID-19 social distancing measures in Hong Kong. The perceived level of personal threat needs to be increased. Have you got that? The perceived level of personal threat needs to be increased amongst those who are complacent, using hard-hitting emotional messaging. I mean, terrorizing you folks. To be effective, this must also empower people by making clear the actions they can take to reduce the threat. In other words, comply. There you go. And then they go on to about, there seems to be an insufficient understanding of or feeling of responsibility with people's role in transmitting the infection to others. Well, the WHO has given us 2 stories that people without symptoms probably aren't passing on anybody anyway. This may have resulted in part of messaging around the low level of risk to most people. See, you understand, they're studying all your text in real time. They've got access to all your data and algorithms and so on, pick up all your stuff through different phrases, words that you use. So they actually call it that, that this may have resulted in part from messaging around the low level. You're messaging to each other of risk to most people and talk of the desirability of building herd immunity. Messaging needs to emphasize and explain the duty to protect others. There you go. Right. And then it says tailoring. Some people would be more persuaded by appeals to play by the rules. We're all children to these evil characters, some by duty to the community and some to personal risks. All these different approaches are needed. The messaging also needs to take account of the realities of different people's lives. Messaging needs to take account of the different motivational levers and circumstances of different people. Then you give it incentivization, social approval and social disapproval, yada, yada, yada. Never mind the fact they can't give you any hard fact and data on their testing methods to even prove if this thing even exists. The facts don't matter. What matters is your compliance to the orders and doing dumb things, like suffocating yourself behind a mask. I'll put these links up, remember, for everybody who's really interested and who's not bored stiff by now, because you understand you're living through incredible history. This is incredible times. And those of you that can live another 10 years and 20 years, no matter where the world will end up by then, I'm sure it won't get any better. And that part I am sure of, because they've told us that. And to austerity, austerity, true austerity, for under necessity, to save us all, you see. Is it not going to be any better, no matter what excuse they give you? It's not pleasant at all. But remember, I'll put up the Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies. That's the SAGE group, right? And again, the special group that works they were put for underneath them of real high-tech manipulators and the mind, etc. I've done it before, and we'll put it up again tonight, perhaps, for those who can handle it. Rather than you understand, if you have basic, real scientific facts, put them out there and leave it at that. Instead of employing these professional Bernays-type manipulators in mind control to play with our heads and to turn groups against other groups by creating the groups, the compliant ones and the ones who think for themselves, and getting them all clashing. Another one, too, is that I mentioned already, that the woman who wrote the disease that never was because of the test. Well, this is the one that came out from the Times, New York Times. Faith in quick tests leads to epidemic that wasn't. Dr. Brooke Hendren of Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center, shown at the left this month, was told last spring that she appeared to have whooping cough, it says here, to give you an example of it. This is back in 2007, remember, right? So, Dr. Brooke Hendren, listen to the story. An internist at Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center could not stop coughing. For 2 weeks starting in mid-April last year, she coughed seemingly non-stop, followed by another week when she coughed sporadically, annoying, she said, everyone who worked with her. Before long, Dr. Catherine Kirtland, an infectious disease specialist at Dartmouth, had a chilling thought. Could she be seeing the start of a whooping cough epidemic? By late April, other healthcare workers at the hospital were coughing, and severe intractable coughing is a whooping cough hallmark. And if it was whooping cough, the epidemic had to be contained immediately because it could lead to be deadly to babies in the hospital and could lead to pneumonia in the frail and vulnerable adult patients there. It's pretty unmistakable, whooping cough, when you hear that. When you cough until the lung is empty. And then you go, you hear that whooping as you try to inhale the air. It's pretty well unmistakable. Anyway, it says, at the start of a bizarre episode at the medical center, the story of the epidemic that wasn't. For months, nearly everyone involved thought the medical center had had a huge whooping cough outbreak with extensive ramifications. Nearly 1,000 healthcare workers at a hospital in Lebanon, New Hampshire, were given a preliminary test and furloughed from work until the results were in. That's a lot of folk laid off. 142 people, including Dr. Henron, were told they appeared to have the disease, and thousands were given antibiotics and a vaccine for protection. Hospital beds were taken out of commission, including some intensive care. Then about 8 months later, healthcare workers were dumbfounded to receive an email message from the hospital administration informing them that the whole thing was a false alarm. 8 months later, right? Not a single case of whooping cough was confirmed with a definitive test. growing the bacterium. That's definitive, so you can grow the darn thing, right? So the bacterium is the Bordetella pertussis in a laboratory. Instead, it appears that healthcare workers probably were afflicted with ordinary respiratory diseases like the common cold. Now, as they look back on the episode, epidemiologists and infectious disease specialists say the problem was that they placed too much faith in a quick and highly sensitive molecular test that led them astray. Infectious disease experts say such tests are coming into increasing use and may be the only way to get a quick answer in diagnosing diseases like whooping cough, Legionnaire's disease, bird flu, tuberculosis and SARS, and deciding whether an epidemic is underway. There are no national data on the pseudo-epidemics caused by an over-reliance on such molecular tests, says Dr. Trish M. Pearl, epidemiologist at Johns Hopkins and past president of the Society of Healthcare Epidemiologists of America. But she said pseudo-epidemics happen all the time. I'll say that again. Pseudo-epidemics happen all the time. The Dartmouth case may have been one of the largest, but it was no means an exception. There was a similar whooping cough scare at Children's Hospital in Boston last fall that involved 36 adults and 2 children. Definitive tests, though, did not find pertussis. It's a problem, we know it's a problem, she said. My guess is that what happened at Dartmouth is going to become more common. Many of the new molecular tests are quick but technically demanding, and each laboratory may do them in its own way. I'll repeat that. Each laboratory may do them in its own way. These tests are called home brews and are not commercially available, but there are no good estimates of their error rates. And their very sensitivity makes false positives likely. And when hundreds or thousands of people are tested, as occurred at Dartmouth, false positives can make it seem like there's an epidemic. I'll say that again for the harder thinking. False positives can make it seem like there is an epidemic. And this article goes on and on. It's a good article, and it just shows you that how as a lot of folk were laid off for 8 months it took before they found out that with their real testing that they couldn't find the bacterium anywhere, or the virus or whatever. They couldn't find the particular agent that was causing it, I should say. And their one too is awfully important. This one too, you see, just like they're saying, "Oh, you've got COVID," hey. Oh, how do you know that? Well, we presume you have. Because you have what? One of the many symptoms. You might be constipated. Maybe you've got diarrhea. Maybe you've got blocked sinuses. Maybe you've got runny noses. Maybe you've got an itchy left cheek instead of an itchy right cheek. I mean, there's nothing they haven't covered in this darn thing, eh? And as I say, Fauci added the last one, and it really is so comical. He waited until the allergy season, the hay fever season started, and said, "Oh, you mean it could be runny noses, Foxy Fauci, eh? NBC doctor who claimed he caught the virus on a plane. This is a guy who worked on, one of these PR doctors for television, who claimed he caught the virus on a plane through his eyeball. This is big news at the time. Oh, I got it from my eyeball, Says he tested negative for the virus and never had it. Dr. Joseph Fair, an infectious disease expert. Sorry. Couldn't help that one. This was an infectious disease expert. Initially believed he caught COVID. He took a flight to New Orleans April 24th and suspects he was infected on board. He told Today that he suspected he was infected through his eyeball. He tweeted that he was in hospital May 13th, released May the 17th. On Tuesday, he said antibody tests were negative, so the virus remains a mystery. But how many folk will got the same kind of results? Eh? If he died, he'd be put down as COVID. So he was left fighting for his life in the hospital, wherever it was, and then tested negative afterwards. Eh? So he was severely sickened by something, but it was not COVID-19, and it was an undiagnosed mystery. A myriad of COVID symptoms, he said. That's what he had, he says. Correlated morbidities. I don't know what else he had wrong there. Despite being negative by nasal swab, he said, I was severely ill for 4 weeks of critical condition resulting in pneumonia, diffuse lung injury, and he lost 18 pounds of weight. And it's true with these diseases that you get in the lungs with pneumonia, you'll end up getting scar tissue. And you'll lose lung tissue for sure, permanently. And you'll see you actually see it on the x-rays. And China, because the everything's so efficient and cheap there, they can run you through an MRI. That's what they use for it too, to actually see the lungs. And so they don't just put it down to testing. They actually do a visual. They can see it, say, well, yeah, you've definitely got pneumonia. At least you definitely got that, right? That's much more definitive. Anyway, he said he would now have a second antibody test to confirm the results and work with other specialists to find out the source of his infection. His doctor ordered another antibody test from a different manufacturer to confirm the negative results. I guess you keep just, if you at that level, you can afford all kinds of different companies' tests, and then you'll pick the best test that you want, maybe 2 out of 5 or whatever. Say this, and whatever suits you, depends on how you feel that day. But anyway, he said here that he has worked in the Democratic Republic of Congo, tropical diseases, and Path Forward is a second and A/B test follow-up with pulmonologists and tropical medicine specialists in an effort to diagnose what made me so ill. He says he believes he can contract an illness in a plane on New Orleans April 24th. He took all possible precautions, wearing masks and gloves, wiping down the area surrounding him on the plane, but passengers were packed in like sardines. Instinctively, I probably should have gotten off the flight when I saw that, he says. He concluded that he caught a virus through his eye. So he's still convinced he got it from it, because I think he was covered every other way, So obviously you can still get it through the eyes, he says. The idea behind the eye is that to say that you have these similar ones, the ACE2 receptors too, on the tissue around the outside the eyes, you see. So it can bind to it there as well, just like lung tissue. Anyway, article's quite good. It gives you more data, but again, too, so much is speculative, because another thing I've noticed as well, so many folk have got sick. For years now, like at least 10 years. I can remember even 10 years ago when they had the different flus coming out, 2009, 2010. They weren't getting positive tests, even for the few that had it done. Everybody else got eventually lumped in as having swine flu or whatever. That's what they're told to do, is put them all down as swine flu, even though there was no definitive testing for it. And that's what was ordered in Canada at the time. I remember that. I did the shows on it at the time. And but the folk were getting definitely heavy bronchitis and into kind of pneumonias, and getting antibiotics that set in. Bacterial infections often generally set into these bad viral infections that breaks down the tissue in the lungs, you see, and bacteria immediately gets in, that's it. And then so now you got a bacterial secondary infection, and you got to get antibiotics for that too. But some folk would try to fight it out themselves, and I'm telling you, that's what they said at the time. This particular odd one lasted, it's still on the go yet, it hasn't gone away. For the last 10 years. Occasionally folk will get it every other year, and same symptoms. They start coughing, they have all the symptoms of a heavy cold and a flu, it seems, and then they get bronchitis, like a bacterial one. Then they get antibiotics to clear it up, or they don't get antibiotics, and what they all seem to clear up, it'll come back again about 2 weeks later. That was the common symptoms of this oddball one that they so far supposedly haven't diagnosed. That's been around for years now. So who knows what that one is too? Was that released as well? Was that a trial result? Who knows? Who knows, eh? But they've picked on this COVID idea, even though they can't isolate the thing. So there you go. Now, this is important, again, this one as well, and I want to mention, before we go into this next one, remember getting back to cuttingthroughthematrix.com, I've got to keep saying it, or remind myself to say it, because for years and years and years, I always forgot to say it. To send a few bucks my way, cuttingthroughthematrix.com, and how to do it, etc. And because I have to tick along as well. Maybe you can send cash as well, or a check, or use PayPal. And I think there's Instagram as well. the one you take to the post office, they still do that. Some countries still have international postal money orders. I don't think the US is sending them to Canada now, the actual international postal money orders. They'll send bank orders naturally, or any personal checks, that's okay. As I say, you can still send cash. So go into currentremitties.com, and if anything happens to any of the sites, use the other sites listed on that one. All my official sites are listed on that one, so you know they're genuine. And hopefully there'll be others left, the other sites left, if anything happens to the com site. Because things are changing fast, and these characters at the top, they're not going to mess around with small fry. They're a nuisance to them. This is a wartime scenario for them. And in all wartime scenarios, they're ruthless. In fact, they're ruthless even when you think it's all peaceful. Those folk have accidents all the time. In every country. That's the reality. You've got to get this out your head, of this Disneyland system of rights that you've been born into, and see how it really does work. I mean, some years ago, and it's awfully true, there was so many biologists who worked in some labs. A whole plague of them getting killed. Just all, committing suicide and falling over railings and down steps and stuffing out windows, and it was just astonishing. This is the real world, folks. This happens all the time. And the same with Dr. Kelly, that came out a few years back too. He was found suicided, supposedly, just like he said he would. He said, they'll find me in a forest with my wrist cut, and that's exactly what they did. And he was due to go up and give testimony about biological warfare systems and so on. And he never got to court, naturally. And but at the same time, two other ones that all knew each other were dropping dead all over the place. That's the real world you live in. When big plans are afoot, believe you me, nothing stops them. Nothing. And these characters now are in full war mode of compliance, and they're not going to tolerate any nuisance factors at all. They made quite plain, even with preliminary the event 201 and the Johns Hopkins experiment that they did with or trial run for the COVID, along with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation together. They had a set of systems. They would introduce like 1 to 5, starting with just defaming the people for putting out untrue news, etc., and contradicting their facts, even though facts didn't matter, or truth didn't matter. Just contradict them to get folk from reading them. If they persisted, take away their money, or basically blacklist them on the internet until they were shadow banned. And then if they persisted somewhere or another, you could withdraw their means of support from them, forbid them to get money. Yeah. Well, guess what 4 and 5 would be? They didn't mention that. That's the real world you live in. I hope you understand that. And everything hinges. All the elite who run and own the world and they actually talk about it that way amongst themselves. They're not going to mess around with any little nuisances. And those who really work for them, they take little hints. So-and-so's a nuisance. And they go off and deal with a little nuisance. And that's how the world really does work, folks. So as I say, help me tick along here. Well, I can tick along. And because I'm not in for politics. I don't give a darn about politics. Even with Trump, I mean, Trump literally I think he's just played his part. The whole world's saying, why isn't he being more active and authoritative in dealing with problems? And well, why hasn't he been? Yeah? Tell me that. Astonishing. The world's literally looking at America thinking it's fallen apart. And if that is the case, then you're finished. If you allow it to happen. If you allow it to happen, then it is finished. It's just like Peter Hitchens said before, when he was there, when Russia literally this went down over a week, and down when the Berlin Wall in Germany. And he said it was obviously a command that went across the board to all those in charge in all the Soviet bloc countries, obviously. But there was that feeling there, well, what happened? It didn't have to happen. It didn't have to. It was prearranged. That's how things really happen. And when you see like mass demonstrations of one things that literally had nothing to do, honestly, I think very quickly they forgot what it was about. And they were given their mantras by the Antifa group that piggybacked immediately and took over this whole thing and then caused the rioting as well. Because you're looking at a communist revolution, obviously. And then the Extinction Rebellion, all these folk are all mixed into the same group networking. It's all your fault, all the adults' fault. There's too many of you. Look what you've done to our planet, yada, yada. You're all enemies, and that's it. Pre-planned, folks. And they're all saying, well, when there's Trump, really? And again, they're saying, well, you ain't get no cooperation. Well, if it's that bad, if that really is the case, then it would be over, wouldn't it? But what you're looking at, too, is with all socialist systems, as I've said before, end up with mass slaughter. That's where it goes. That's their history from the French Revolution right up, to the Bolshevik Revolution. And mass slaughters there, incredible slaughters. Then China did it too, mass slaughters. And China also had its cultural revolution where the youngsters were actually egged on again to get rid of the older folk, which they did with gusto. You better start realizing what's going on here and what's been allowed to happen for years, using your tax money to create the armies that are going to eliminate you, maybe. With I said before, they'll believe they're doing the world a favor. That's how radicalized they are. You understand, when you've risen people to utterly hate, this pure hatred comes out of them. Now you've got a real problem. You can't argue with radicalized hate, and that's what you're seeing. And it's authorized hate. Dangerous, dangerous stuff, folks. And they always end up beating their own too, even if once they've eliminated everybody else. Those at the very top encourage them to eliminate each other, and they will. That's his history, right? Quite amazing. So yeah, go into cuttingthroughthematrix.com and see how to send me a few bucks my way, hopefully. And now that the mail, as I said before, I've already set off 2 shipments, and I've got 1 more to go in 2 days. And that'll be that lot done and cleared up, and they'll get them within 10 days, hopefully. Should be. And I'll feel a lot better then. This is just me. Closed down when you can't get books and you can't get this. I've got them all now, but you can imagine every business across the country, big businesses and so on. Not me, not paltry little me, but big businesses. And this is a war scenario you're looking at. Actually more catastrophic than most wars. Folk were locked down in their homes and their businesses stopped because of the wars. This is the one. This is the big one. For a global reset on the way of life, and what new values will be, new rules, regulations, new culture, yada yada. Yep, there you go. Your master's voice has spoken, and we're all to obey them, apparently. Or they'll turn mobs on you. They will. And here it goes to about vaccine. Forced vaccination plan unveiled. And it says Stanford University legal and medical authorities join forces to fashion an indiscriminate mandated mass vaccination plan that would frighten the public, disregard lawful protections of informed consent, and result in needless deaths. This is a war on the people. Total. It's been declared. Our health overlords propose a dangerous infectious disease control plan that mandates indiscriminate immunization for all Americans, a plan that is far more dangerous than the COVID-19 coronavirus epidemic itself. Writing the prestigious New England Journal of Medicine, Stanford Law School and Health Policy Departments propose priority vaccination for high-risk groups that comprise the population that are least likely to benefit and most likely to experience side effects and hospitalization from COVID-19, coronavirus immunization, or from any vaccine for that matter. So it says it's involuntary at first, then it's mandated. The Stanford plan would initially roll out a completely voluntary inoculation scheme to be followed by compulsory vaccination that would penalize refusers with employment suspensions and or stay-at-home orders. As I've said this already, Sudham. And their plan calls for a future FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, licensed vaccine, a vaccine whose side effects will not be completely known until it's widely used, and even then it could take months or even years to see all of it, that according to another Stanford University study would benefit only a minuscule portion of the population. How about that, folks? That study is well, what's it really for if it's not to help you? Huh? Well, we won't go there, but keep that in mind. That study from Stanford showed, as validated by blood tests, the COVID-19 coronavirus only infects Americans at the rate of 1 in 3,868 encounters, right? Range 626 to 31,800, with others who are already infected, and results in death. Only 1 in 6,670,000 contacts among Middle-East Americans. I said, despite the fear generated by TV news, the risk of acquiring COVID-19 coronavirus infection is remote. And that is more of real facts, actually. These are tests that are done in good studies, too. But facts don't matter, right? It says, with presumption, the vaccine is 100% effective. That's what they're presuming. Those numbers put a limit on the percent of vaccinated subjects who could possibly benefit from vaccination. 19 million would need to be vaccinated for one person to avoid death. But what about all the side effects in this 19 million? Even if only 1% experience side effects that result in hospitalization in a population of 328 million Americans, that would result in 3,280,000 vaccine-induced hospitalizations, which would overwhelm the 1 million bed healthcare system. Using data from prior flu vaccine studies, about 1% of those vaccinated may require hospitalization after vaccination, and 1% of the hospitalized, that's 1 in 200, would die, which would result in 32,800 needless deaths that would likely be blamed on the COVID-19 coronavirus. Wouldn't it, too, right? The vaccine itself may be perfectly safe when received by healthy subjects, maybe, right? But frail, elderly, malnourished, vitamin and mineral deficient individuals would be the most prone to suffer side effects and death when admitted to hospital with its inherent problems of antibiotic resistance, medication errors, ventilator lungs, trauma, and failure to check for vitamin and mineral deficiencies prior to admission. Apart from that, I should just add here too, if you're over 60, they give you a more powerful dose of the adjuvants to try and make it work on you, which is a bit ridiculous. If the normal stuff wouldn't work because your immune system's compromised or it's low, it's dying off, it's not as strong as it used to be, then giving you more adjuvants to try to force it to take on you, is this going to cause more? Adjuvants are poisonous. You have terrible reactions to them. So high-risk individuals are least likely to benefit from vaccination. So as well, it might appear to vaccinate high-risk individuals, diabetics, hypertensive, obese, and autoimmune. These are the very people whose immune systems do not respond well to vaccines and are subject to side effects. For example, flu shots are not very effective for the very young and the very old. Flu vaccines are 40 to 60% effective in the population at large. That's what they say, and as low as 23% effective for certain strains of the flu. This is a CDC report. In other words, it's like a toss of a coin where it works or no. Between 40 and 60% effective is like 50%. Right? As an aside, flu vaccination may actually increase the risk for coronavirus infection via a mechanism called viral interference, right? By 36%, said one recently published study. And I've mentioned that before too, that the Department of Defense in 2017, the US, had warned them to stop giving the flu shot because the particular flu that was out there, once you got them vaccinated and then the actual wild virus hit them, the real one, then it caused a tremendous reaction. A tremendous cytokine storm in the lungs that ended up killing some of the service people. Don't forget that. I can, because at 36%, it said one recently published study, it says viral interference caused it in one particular flu vaccination. But despite the fact you can read this on yourself, proponents of vaccination deny any such link between prior flu shots and subsequent COVID-19 coronavirus infections. Viral interference is reported in other studies. For example, those individuals who were vaccinated against the flu in the previous fall of 2010 were 1.4 to 2.5 times more likely to become ill from the H1N1 strain. That's true. In Canada, they put out a warning, a panicked warning from the National Health System here, telling folk to stop taking the flu shot because it made them more prone to the actual flu that was around. It was actually causing them to come down with it. So the ones that says who were vaccinated against the flu in the previous fall of 2010 were 1.4 to 2.5 times more likely to become ill from the H1N1 strain of the flu the following year, which happens to be the predominant influenza strain in circulation this year, 2020. There you go. Safe to wonder if the cytokine storms is caused by COVID or this particular flu hitting those who have had their flu shots already. This is all has to be. You can't poo-poo this stuff. This is the ones that scientists all have to go over and work out. Having an opinion isn't good enough. It's the facts that count in the end, isn't it? So it's not belief. It's supposed to be based on facts. So these high-risk groups have inherent problems activating antibodies against any infectious disease, which is why most vaccines require multiple inoculations and include toxic adjuvants, that's the trouble, to provoke an immune response. Also in the priority list for forced vaccinations are prisoners, people with prior respiratory problems, nursing home patients, and healthcare workers. They're going to be made to take care of, first of all, you see. And while current treatments are being rejected, the Stanford plan will require evidence that existing treatment or prevention of COVID-19 coronavirus is ineffective, right? Which at the moment is solely compromised of archaic quarantine and lockdown measures and limiting contact with the virus itself by employing face masks and social distancing. Obesity, further induced by lockdown, increases the risk for COVID-19 related deaths. Indoor lockdown deprives people of sunshine and vitamin D that impairs immunity and increases risk of death. Quarantine and lockdowns are counterproductive. Any prospective treatments such as hydroxychloroquine and HCQ and zinc, nebulized hydrogen peroxide, as well as vitamin and mineral regimen, zinc, vitamin D, C, and selenium, are ignored and dismissed outright by the CDC. Characterized as unproven, even potentially dangerous, there is sufficient evidence for nutrients therapy in the prevention and management of COVID-19 infections. But without a vaccine or an approved treatment, vitamins and minerals have vanished from retail stores' shelves without widespread reports of any side effects. Then it says public demand for a vaccine. According to the Stanford report, only about half of the US population plans to be vaccinated against COVID-19 coronavirus. I actually saw some, it was with 0.3, it was about 34%, I think it is. That's why hospitals are overstating the deaths attributed to COVID-19 and why news agencies create continued fear over a common cold virus that results in few, if any, symptoms upon infection and only kills a very few. Our modern healthcare system is overcommitted to vaccination. The prospect of a vaccine is dimmed by the fact that 90% of vaccines that enter human trials fail to make it to market. These are all links, by the way, all links for all these things. Given the remote possibility of a safe and effective vaccine ever materializing, the nation may await an imagined vaccine at the expense of finding an effective treatment. And then mortality rate is far lower than quoted, and it goes into that too. how they fudge the figures, etc., and the death rates, and put them all down to COVIDs, yada, yada, yada. It goes on this link. It's quite good, though. But it does touch eventually on the rights of informed consent. Stanford report calls for mandated vaccination overlooks certain rights to informed consent that are required by Title 21 of the Code of Federal Regulations for persons who receive newly licensed vaccines in a clinical study. Since all vaccinated Americans will be enrolled in a surveillance study, stage 4, in order to gain full FDA approval, informed consent will be legally required. Don't forget, too, under the Nuremberg Code that came out, the Nuremberg trials, they can't use the people for experimental medications or for any experimental purposes, by the way. And so they're going against that, too. Don't forget that, folks, and that was to do with genocide. Also says here, furthermore, doctors should individually assess the chances a person has of benefiting from vaccination. Patients have the right to reject hold harmless clauses and would then make health practitioners legally liable should they proceed to vaccinate an individual who has little chance of benefiting from it. You should, if it's made mandatory, you better get it all made up in advance. In its forms that doctors or whoever's going to inject you must sign with their name on it and address and so on. So you can sue them if you get any bad reactions. After them telling you that you're going to be fine. And it will state that the I so-and-so tells you this patient will be fine and quite safe from this vaccination, which I am forcing upon them. How about that, folks? And you've got to have the right to sue. That's the least you have to save yourself. Obviously, you can't start doing you're told by a scientific tyranny, the kind that Bertrand Russell talked about, who was all for it. He said, if it's going to be a tyranny, I prefer it be a scientific one. He was again another socialist, totalitarian type character and an elitist. It says here, though, that a model informed consent refusal form has been written and published for the public to present to their doctors when and if a vaccine is licensed and available in the US at covid19consent.com. So there's a link on it, this one, that you can print up yourself. This is not with the vaccine industry or the Centers for Disease Control. That latter, a co-holder of COVID-19 related patents wants to be known. All these folk are completely compromised. They're wanting you to take this, folks. They're on the take, the whole lot of them. But I'll put this link up too, for those that care to wade through it, And this article is to do with the elderly again. Again, a huge, massive sacrifice. They were, in pre-planning, obviously, it was intended that the elderly, and a condition in the public that somehow you're worth less once you're elder. This is how, you'd be surprised how you're conditioned and what you think without really thinking through it for yourself. It's given to you. But it's conditioning you to think that way. Whereas all the other age groups talking about the elderly getting sacrificed, but it's beyond gross incompetence, it's deliberate. But it says, we're conditions for high death rates at care homes created on purpose. And why is it happening? Is it simply because older adults are very vulnerable to SARS-CoV-2? What would it be, in other words? Or do care homes deserve the lion's share of the blame, such as paying so poorly that many workers have to split their time between several facilities, spreading the virus in the process? That's what I've said before. They always have them part-timers in care homes, so they don't have to pay pension plans and other stuff, medication or drug insurance, things like that. Alternatively, could medical experts and government bureaucrats with full knowledge of at least top-tier government officials have created conditions shortly after the pandemic struck that contribute to the high death tolls while engendering virtually no public backlash against themselves? The article shows that the third hypothesis is highly possible. The people who created the conditions may be unaware of or oblivious to the implications, but it's also possible at least some of them know exactly what they're doing. And it says, After all, seeing it from an amoral government's point of view, the growing numbers of the elderly are a big burden on today's fiscally strained governments, because in aggregate they're paying much less into the tax base than younger people, while causing the costs of healthcare and retirement programs to skyrocket. Well, they're paid for all. That's what it's all for, you know. You're forgetting another thing too. This has all been discussed before in big global meetings, and then university professors get on television talking about the elderly. They should just give up and die at retirement age. You know, they've had professors, especially the one in Australia. He was given the star-making machine made him a star to make sure he got lots of coverage, and he comes out every so often and gives the same speech about they shouldn't live so long, you know. It says here that 3 sets of conditions are likely to create a framework for enabling significantly boosted healthcare deaths, and doing so with impunity, even while most of each set of conditions in isolation may appear to be purely for the benefit of everyone in society. Bureaucrats develop extremely broad definitions of novel coronavirus infections and outbreaks. No kidding. Eh? This is coupled with the continued presence in a number of care homes scattered across each jurisdiction of at least one nurse or physician who follows every letter of all definitions and rules. Such individuals are always present in every discipline, but in the medical milieu their actions can be deliberate, deadly, and very hard to detect. And he goes on through the different problems that could happen, and made it happen in the care homes. And I think personally it's because they terrified the public, completely terrorized them actually. And I still want to see, talking earlier on about cytokine storms and so on, and the pulmonary priming that can happen with it too. With vaccinations, then you hit the actual real virus later on. How many of these folks in these homes mandatorily had all flu shots? Huh? You've got to take these into consideration. You see why they had severe reactions by this whole thing. This cannot be dismissed scientifically. You've got to. These are all the things you have to consider and study to rule things in or out. Huh? And if they won't do that, then thumbs up. It's not scientific at all. So I'll put that link up too for this particular article. Another one too, as I said before, is I'll put up the one from Canada where they're challenging this to the Ontario Superior Court of Justice, and by the Vaccine Choice Canada. I'll put that article up by them as a PDF. And it's a big one too. It's 191 pages, I think, for those who want to look through it. And here's a beauty for a scientific establishment too. The things I don't even expect anyone to even yawn with the articles that at one time should have shocked people. Nothing shocks them anymore. We've found dumpsters before with baby parts in them over the years. That was a normal thing in outside some clinics. They've had articles in the last year or two of doctors who just retired and died, and they found thousands and thousands of baby parts. They don't know why. They said they don't know why they saved them all, but I guess it's folk that just take pride in their work or something, you know. But some folk collect, ornaments for the mantelpiece and stuff like that. But the scientists, you have to really, you must get the shivers once in a while. I would think so. I mean, I still get them once in a while. And it takes a lot to move me, believe me, in that respect. But I don't expect anybody to be disgusted about anything anymore. I can remember doing a show years ago where I think it was Manchester, Greater Manchester area. The director for the National Health Service at the time was called up in question. He wasn't fired or anything, but for some reason it was never explained to the public that over a course of so many years, thousands of corpses and parts of corpses of children up to the age of 5 to 10 years old or something that supposedly died in hospitals had all. They'd found parts of the bodies so that they start having secondary funerals, notifying the people when they identified them DNA wise and so on. And so here's the poor parents having grieving again, and then over a year or two, more parts of the same bodies would turn, thousands of them. They even found refrigerated parts in this was in England, remember? They found refrigerated parts, thousands of them, eventually, in, I think it was a warehouse in storage, cold storage, in Nova Scotia. Never explained to the public why this was happened. I didn't know if anybody got charged or not at all. I don't think so. We live in the dark, people. We live in the absolute dark as to what really happens. Honestly, so nothing shocks the people anymore, anyway. But Judicial Watch obtains records showing that the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, paid for fresh and never frozen human fetal parts for use in humanized mice creation. And that was Judicial Watch that announced this, and they announced 165 pages of records. If you want to download it, the link is here, from the Food and Drug Administration, showing the FDA between 2012 and 2018 entered into 8 contracts worth $96,370 with Advanced Bioscience Resources to acquire fresh and never frozen tissue from first and second trimester aborted fetuses used for use in creating humanized mice for ongoing research. This kind of stuff is common all over the place. So ABR, the company, right, is a non-profit firm for which has been the subject of criminal referrals from House and Senate committees investigating whether Planned Parenthood or any other entity was illegally profiting from the handling of fetal tissue from aborted. Well, they'd never do that, you know. There you go. But anyway, I'll put this article up for those who care to even look at it. Most folk don't give a darn today. You understand, we've all been taught that life is awfully cheap. Awfully cheap. You're another animal. Like, don't forget, going back to Julian Huxley, who helped set up UNESCO, right? And Planned Parenthood too, who hated the vast bulk of the ordinary people, as all the founders of that did. And he was quite plain, we've got to knock people, the humans, off the pedestal that are a superior species on the planet in order to control them. And they wouldn't obey you. When you understand, at one time, the things we're accepting today would have caused mass riots. We don't riot now. Certain selected groups are told to riot and encouraged to riot and paid to riot, some of them, but leaders are for sure. But we don't riot for natural, normal things all the time that we should be. We've been dumbed down. We're knocked off the pedestal as being the top species on the planet. Like Huxley said, we're trained to do that. And so you devalue yourself and others. Once you devalue the life of others, then that follows that you've just devalued your own life too. When it comes your turn, whether they're going to keep you alive or kill you, what do you say about you? What's so special about you? That's again what one of the top guys said, George Bernard Shaw. Why should we keep you alive? I hope you understand this. You've all been trained into this. So yeah, here you go with so no one cares really who's getting chopped up, and of course humans are not to blame. They're engaging in causing all these aborted tissues and fetuses and so on for their own actions. It's never their own fault, you know. The system made them do it. It's just how we devalue ourselves in the process, constantly, and then so you start at the one end before life is really before they're born, and then you go into post-birth now abortion, which is just murder, and then you into let's kill off the adults. Oh, so you do that now? They're not worth anything, are they? And you've all been trained step by step into completely devaluing your life, and then of course don't stop there. Oh, you know, you've got an illness. You could live for another 40 years with it, but why? That could be a burden on society. You know, why don't you just take this euthanasia pill here? You know, that's already happening, folks. But no one cares. You see, life now, and folk have accepted it. Well, we're not. What are we anyway? We're just another. We're not even a good animal. We're taught to hate ourselves. There you go. So this article is on about it too, and as I say, it's got links to the FDA, lots of pages to go through, etc. And this is fairly common, this kind of thing. unfortunately. Now, don't forget that Mr. Foxy Fauci said that things would never get back to normal, remember? What did he know that you didn't know? And how come he's into making policy for a society and finance and travel and handshaking and all the rest of it? It's strange, this little guy who's just suddenly busy. He's got more power than the president, it would seem, eh? If the president shut down everything by himself, he'd be out of office and maybe even lynched. But when Fauci says that, he's a scientist, you see, and even though it's all outside his jurisdiction, to commerce, he's got the whole place shut down and cut, and he's going bankrupt and massive debts that you'll never get out of under, and the whole way of life changed forever because he said so, and you didn't vote for him either, and you're all accepting it. International travel won't be back to normal for 3 years, warns top holiday boss, with enforced testing before and after flights likely to replace quarantine. So there you go. It's all these wee things that you need your immunity passport, for goodness sakes, eh? And that's how they get it across to you. Because it's not going to be just that. It's going to be going from your house to the supermarket, eh? There you go. There you go. More than 8,700 stores are closing in 2020 so far, a number that will surely rise. And it says, the list of stores closing is already very long, maybe much longer at the end of the year. The coronavirus pandemic has left many companies in horrible shape. Oh, no kidding, eh? No kidding. And it says that some have had to declare bankruptcy. I wonder why, when you close them down, the whole economy, and forbid them to go anywhere, why that makes them all go bankrupt. Eh? Many employees have not been recalled to work as the pandemic has raged on, and there's been a paucity of customers since they are scared they might contract the virus. Debt is now a common enemy. Every retailer who had high debt before all this started is closing some stores and cutting back on new projects. At a time like this, ability to raise cash and to maintain a semblance of free cash flow is quite difficult, even as it's invaluable and enviable for most retailers. Many have had to rely on more borrowing to sustain their business. It has left their future uncertain. No kidding. We're witnessing a retail apocalypse that began in 2010 when brick and mortar stores started to close, and it's only gotten worse over time. Everything's a step by step, isn't it, though? When you look at it all, and I said that years ago too, obviously, where you can order things straight from China for a fraction of the price you'd buy in a store, that's got big overheads in the store and so on, employees to pay, then obviously it's going to hammer the economy at home, put more folk unemployed, and that's the beauty of free trade, isn't it? Yeah, there you go. That anybody who's working has to sacrifice their jobs for the greater good, eh? So this goes through this article here about folk going bankrupt and all that, but it lists some of them that have already gone, eh? I think, it says here's a list of store closings so far this year, and it'll be updated. This is Forbes, by the way. It'll update it as time goes on. The company's currency and bankruptcy are listed first, since their future is uncertain until they emerge from the court protection. And they give the names of them. Chuck E. Cheese is one of them, 54 stores bankruptcy. Destination Maternity, 90 stores bankruptcy. GNC, 1,200 stores bankruptcy. J. Crew, 54 stores bankruptcy. JCPenney are in 54 stores bankruptcy. It was a whole bunch of them. Kmart's too, 45 stores. Sporting Goods Company Model, Neiman Marcus, Papyrus, Pier 1 Imports. There's one in Sudbury too, I think, Pier 1 Imports. 936 stores bankruptcy. Sears, 51 stores bankruptcy. Signet Jewelers, 232 stores. Stage Stores, 738 stores liquidating. Oh, that's a whole stack of them here, actually. But who would have thought, better than any other kind of war, with real, bombs dropping and things, they managed to shut down the entire economy and bring it to a state that you might have reached if you had a 20 years physical war, like a normal, regular war. Eh? They've done it all very quickly. Very efficient, isn't it? Just terror itself is awfully efficient when you've got professionals managing the terror. and how to put it across to the public, and how to terrify them, and how to exaggerate certain types of the terror to make folk comply, all authorised by your own governments. This is not speculate. That's what I've read earlier from the SAGE reports and so on, from governments. And New York City Black Lives Matter marches can continue despite large event ban, de Blasio says. So I guess, again, some are more special than others, and these utopias we're in today, and that's the way it is, isn't it? So other big, large events are cancelled by law, by dictate, I suppose. And there you go. This is the new system. And yeah, well, nothing surprises me, or you, I suppose, Trump and Mexico president meet to discuss new US-Mexico-Canada trade deal. And the USMCA trade deal, that's really the same NAFTA deal. This is between the US, Mexico, Canada, to effect July 1st. But White House officials and one expert say it's not much different than the deal it replaced. President Trump welcomed Mexico President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador to the White House Wednesday to celebrate the launch of the US-Mexico-Canada trade agreement. The Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross, one of the architects, said the pandemic should not hurt the trade deal's rollout. And right now, the Mexican manufacturing sector is only working at 50% because of the coronavirus. But they changed the name of it, really. And for some reason, I think Justin Trudeau couldn't go or something. It's quite something, isn't it? The world we're living in is something else. It really is. I was looking up too that again they're going to fulfill all their goals with who can open up, when they can open up. Are you important enough to open up? Are you necessary, essential? Yada yada, and or if you can't. And that's the end of society as we know it. That's what it was planned to do, of course. And Fauci said that at the very beginning. He didn't even want a lockdown to end, remember. He wanted to right into the following year. And that's what you're getting. You had a wee bit of break, a week or two for the summer, which would quell you a bit as the riots protests and riots could continue, and then lockdown comes again, except for some groups who are still allowed to do it all. Everyone else is shut and closed, including big events, and I guess sporting events too in some areas, I don't know. It's astonishing. As I say, what's been accomplished so efficiently with years of planning to make this happen, obviously before the event happens, but in a few months they've literally wrecked the economies of nations across the world. Exactly what the World Economic Forum said. We've got to bring the folk into complete sustainability. And sustainability means bringing in the complete austerity programs, by the way. Post everything. Post-consumer, post-manufacturer, post. And folk can't quite get it, can they? Why would they do that? It's their world. It's not yours. It's theirs as far as you're concerned. And as long as you obey them, it'll continue to be their world, obviously. Now, when I put up an article from Ron Paul, from his group anyway, and it's written by Caitlin Johnson, it says, as long as mass media propaganda exists, democracy is a sham. A new Reuters poll, or Ipsos poll, found that a majority of Americans believe the completely discredited narrative that the Russian government paid Taliban-linked fighters to kill the occupying forces of the US and its allies in Afghanistan. It says here, and I give you examples of the fake news. This authorized, right, as fake news. And these 21% are objectively correct, and the story is not credible, and it's not even close. Gareth Porter shows in the grey zone how the Bountygate narrative is so utterly baseless that even US intelligence agencies have dismissed it. And they have. But the article itself is showing you how the mass media today all works as one. It really does. And they're all in one in the propaganda for COVID, for instance. and to be very afraid and be very terrified and yada, yada, yada. And it never stops, but there's no real dissent amongst most of the mainstream media. It's all pretty well on board with the whole thing, isn't it? And the media all went along that the protesting that went on was all peaceful, and you can see it for yourself. A lot of it wasn't, for goodness sake. I mean, here's an article here on Portland. Portland's interesting. I don't know why it happens more, but there's more propaganda there coming out of Portland there on its own woes, etc. But night after night, they've had, I think, City Hall attacked, and they're trying to burn it down or something by all kinds of, and even fights with the police there. But it says demonstrators in Portland engaged in what was dubbed a night of rage. This is one night before it all started there too. They're already doing the same thing before this particular event happened. It says to avenge the death of Black Lives Matter protester who died over the weekend after a man drove his vehicle on a closed freeway. And you can actually see that little clip of where it happened. This is where a protest was taking place. The Multnomah County Sheriff Office is aware of an event tonight calling for a night of rage at the Justice Center in downtown Portland. And it says, we strongly support the right to demonstrate for people to use their individual and collective voices and so on. And it says, 200 folk gathered in front of the federal courthouse for a sit-in. And the event coincided with a night of rage protest over the death of Summer Taylor, who died Saturday after being struck by a driver who drove his vehicle onto a closed freeway where a protest was taking place. This driver, by the way, was driving a pretty new, expensive vehicle anyway. It looked pretty well new. But regardless, he himself was Eritrean, I think. He said he was from. He came over as a student and had stayed from 2014, something like that, I can't remember. But goodness knows why he kept driving, and he maybe he panicked when he saw them all on the road. Who knows? It's at night, you see. But why are they attacking? The courthouse? But I think the attack into the courthouse was already happening before that happened. So it's on the go. I mean, Portland's been racked with massive rioting. When you start burning places down, that's not a protest, people. You know. It isn't a protest. A protest is something where you peacefully hand out literature to people in cars and things like that. You don't go up and jump on the cars and smash them. Yeah? That's what, again, Peter Hitchens said, that the ones today are not there for debate. It's their way or no way, and they want to take it out on somebody, and that's the truth of it. But then you have an article here, Portland businesses now have lost $23 million due to the violent protest. Why are they calling them protests? I mean, burning places down is not a protest, folks. That's not protesting. That's anarchy. So they've lost $23 million since violent protests have racked the city, authorities say. And it says that the intensity of the violence and length of the demonstrations have been unprecedented in the city's history. It's a model state for the city, for the United Nations, a goody city. It's sustainable, and they've got more folk bicycling there than anywhere else, and yada, 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 you know. So it says, protests have occurred for 41 consecutive nights following the death of George Floyd, black man who died while a cop kneeled on his neck for 8 minutes in Minneapolis, and the protesters are directing their efforts towards destroying federal property. You know. And it's on and on and on. And the world is watching this. And what is the message to the world? What is the message? The message is something is going under, and what's going to replace it, you know? Well, I don't even have to guess much how it's going to replace it. It's going to be complete shambles. And folk who know how to destroy and burn places down certainly don't know how to make things work. Once rage is gone, what's left? What's left? Is that when the cries for help go out? Help! It's astonishing what's happening. All coordinated across the world, mind you, not just one place. And this is what you call revolution. It's a revolution, obviously, coordinated to by the richest folk on the planet at the top, who'll use one crowd against another as it suits them. And that's how things work out. Sad, isn't it? But true. But that's the real system. It's beyond your control. You don't have much say in it at all. You only have a little bit of say in what maybe you can do for yourself. A little bit, not much, in these times, because it's been planned on a worldwide war-type footing. This is a world war. To bring in a global structurized system. And for globalists who control the planet, they already own it all. And they're the richest folk in the world. And their minions beneath them are not the ones that are rioting on the streets. They're handy at the moment for them. That suits their purpose. The ones that work for them all wear the very expensive suits and ties and live in luxurious homes and things. And they're not the bosses. They serve the bosses, the ones above them. But at the moment, as I say, a form of anarchy and communism suits the purpose to bring in globalism. Oh, but we need a global structure to deal with epidemics and pandemics, and to share things equally across the world. You know, the redistribution of wealth is it's all your wealth. A little bit you've got, not for the ones at the top that already own it all. But the folk at the bottom never figure that out. Most of them, eh? Even the ones that are rioting. So there you go. Terrible times really to be living, but at the same time, for those who can see it, it's incredible wartime strategy. This is a war on everybody else, you see, to make you comply to their system of what they call sustainability, which is all to suit them. And now, over a period of 30, 40, well, most of us will die off, you see. As I've said before, the ones who are doing the rioting at the moment and so on, and who are angry about everything, and angry about the planet and yada yada and the environment, they won't have children, and they'll die off in their turn as well. So they're all useful at the moment. And that's how it's run, eh? All you can do is try to keep some decent friends around you, or at least be in contact with them, to help each other, come what may. That's what you have to pledge to. Because they'll have nothing else. Government is not going to help you in the next phase of it all. And government obviously is complicit making all of this happening and to allow it all to happen. Of course it is, including the whole COVID lockdown, depending on who you are. To get out your home, eventually you have to get some group that can go out and protest so that it'll be allowed, you know. And you can get, maybe as you're protesting down streets, you can get into a store and get some groceries. You know, otherwise, you might be allowed out without an immunity passport. I said that years ago. Eventually, you have to belong to some special elevated minority group, whoever was the trendy ones at the moment, or you won't have any rights at all. And that's exactly what's happened, you see. So take care of yourselves, stay with each other, get in contact with each other, and vow to help each other out. Even if you've had little arguments in the past, don't let that stand in your way. You'll need people as we go through all of this, obviously, because it's not finished. This is just the start of it. And you will go off the cradle, as I say, your rocker. If you will go off your rocker if you're unable to communicate with people. At least for most people, that's the case. So it's wise to have a few acquaintances that you keep in touch with, even if it's just emailing them to keep in touch with what's happening and having correspondence back and forth. Keeps you sane, right? From myself, Alan Watt from Ontario, Canada. Remember, send a few bucks my way. It's good night, and may your God or your gods go with you.